Wayne, will the mayor be joining us soon?
Yes, she will, momentarily.
Okay, let's begin then. It is Tuesday, October 6th, 2020. It is 12:01 p.m. This meeting will be conducted entirely via electronic means. On September 8th, 2020, in accordance with Utah Code 52-4-2074, the council chair, George Handley, determined that conducting meetings of the municipal council with an anchor location, such as the municipal council chamber, presents a substantial risk to the health and safety of those who may be present there. These are the facts upon which Mr. Handley, that is myself, has made this determination. Utah has been in the declared state of emergency due to COVID-19 since March 6, 2020, a disease outbreak which the World Health Organization has characterized as a pandemic. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention state that COVID-19 is easily spread from person to person, between people who are in close contact with one another. The spread is through respiratory droplets when an infected person coughs, sneezes, or talks, and it may be spread by people who are non-symptomatic. Federal, state, and local authorities have recommended that individuals limit public gatherings, wear face masks, and follow social distancing guidelines. Provo City Council has adopted a local mask requirement in indoor areas accessible to the public, including without limitation businesses and city buildings, where social distancing is not possible, reasonable, or prudent. As reported by the Utah Department of Health, reported COVID-19 cases as measured by the number of cases per 100,000 people in Provo continue to rise at a significantly higher rate than reported rates for the county and the state. Physical distancing measures will be difficult to set up and maintain in the Provo Municipal Council chamber. Additionally, the chair of the governing board of the redevelopment agency of Provo City has determined its meetings are subject to the same risk and has adopted the same procedures as the municipal council. The meeting will be available to the public for live broadcast and on-demand viewing at youtube.com/Provo City Council. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. Let's see, I'm following the agenda here. I might be missing a page. Are we not having an opening prayer? I don't see it listed here on my agenda.
George, we are, and it's been assigned to you.
That's what I thought. Okay. I just don't see it on my agenda. Okay.
The chair, we may want to do the roll call first. I do have that on my agenda. I don't know if you're...
I think I'm missing a page, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. You'd think I would know the script even without looking at it, but so I'll identify those who are present here. I am George Handley, Council Chair. I'm joined by Dave Harding, Vice Chair, David Shipley, Bill Fillmore, Dave Sewell, Travis Hoban as fellow council members, and Shannon Ellsworth will be joining us shortly. We're also joined by Brian Jones, our council attorney, Cliff Strachan, our executive director, and by Wayne Parker, Chief Administrative Officer for the city, and Dixon Holmes, Assistant Administrative Officer. I believe will be joined by the mayor here shortly, and also by several other staff members who are assisting us. Thank you. I just got the rest of the agenda. I appreciate it. Yeah, there seems to be, I'll figure out my problem in a moment. I think there's some stapling, printing problems. Anyway, so I will open with a, sorry, I'm getting so many notices here to help me. I'm trying to follow them all. So decorum during the meeting, although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Use the raise hand function to indicate that you would like to speak, and please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. So I will begin with an opening prayer. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful to meet today, and we meet under challenging circumstances in our city, in our broader community, and in our nation. And we pray that Thy Holy Spirit will guide and direct my wise men and women to make good decisions. And we, of course, pray for that same spirit as we deliberate as a council today about the many issues that confront us. We pray that we will be wise and make good judgments, that we will listen and learn, and that we will continue to strive to do our best to serve this community with all of our hearts. We are grateful for our mayor and all those who work with her. We're grateful for our council staff and all the wonderful people in this city who work so hard to serve the public. We pray that they'll bless them all. We pray that they'll bless those who are working to mitigate the pandemic and to help those who are ill. We pray for protection and help with this challenge and many other challenges that we face. We pray that we might be alerted to problems and find adequate solutions whenever possible. We pray for our nation. We pray for our president who is ill. We pray that Thou wilt help him to recover. And we pray for our governor and all those who work with him, and our county health department and those who work with them, and the county commission. These are needful times, and we're mindful and grateful for all of Thy help. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. All right. It is proposed that we approve the following minutes: May 12th, 2020 work meeting and the May 19th, 2020 work meeting. Are there any objections or requested changes to those minutes? Seeing no objection, I declare the minutes approved by unanimous consent. All right. So we'll begin with item number 1. I already explained the decorum that, for the meeting. And our first item is an update on the new airport terminal. Am I reading my own agenda correctly? Okay. That will be presented by Dave Decker, who is our Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley, and thank you to the council and to the administration for the opportunity to provide this update. Before I get into the update on the airport, I wanted to express some appreciation and acknowledgement to several key people that have participated and played key roles in the airport. And first to Wayne and to Mayor Kafusi, I want to acknowledge their significant roles in getting the airport moving, and a special recognition to Isaac Paxman. He played a key role early on in getting funding from the state to kind of start this rolling, and I very much appreciate his involvement and the involvement from the administration. I also want to acknowledge Brian Torgerson. He's in the room here with me. And Brian, from the public works side, he is playing the key position with public works. He's the project manager and really has taken this project from day one under his wing, and continues to play a key role throughout the construction of the project. We also want to extend our appreciation to the architect, MHTN, and JVation, who's the project engineering team. They've done a fantastic job. And I initially had gone into this presentation thinking that the council had an update recently, but as we were going through dates, I realized that we may have been about a year ago since it's been about a year since the last update for the on the airport. And this may be new information, especially on the actual presentation and pictures that we're going to show you on the airport for the new council members. So I apologize. We probably didn't get enough depth as far as exactly where the airport's at, especially for the new council members. But if there are some questions, if there's some concerns, please feel free to interrupt me, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. So We're going to start the presentation today with just some renderings and some plans so that all the council understand exactly where we're at on the airport. So let's go ahead. So this is a picture, a rendering that the architects prepared on the east face of the building. This is the entrance of the building. So this is a picture that would be taken from the existing parking lot, or excuse me, from the new parking lot that would be in front of the building. So this, again, this is the entrance. The next picture is a plan view. This comes from the landscaping plans for the airport terminal. I'll just point out a couple of things on this plan before we move on. The terminal is located kind of on the lower part, the center. Jimmy, if you can point out the terminal right there. And it's planned for 2 expansions, one to the north and one to the south, where 3 gates would be added on each expansion. So the terminal that we're planning right now will have 4 gates. So as the expansion, the demand on the airport increases, the city has the ability to expand this to 10 gates total. And I think that's a key element, that we have not designed this with the idea that this is the only thing that's ever going to happen here. There's obvious signs that demand will probably increase over the years, and we've thought through this well enough that we've anticipated some expansion again, both on the north and the south wings. The roadway access comes off the Lakeview Parkway. It's a one-way road that will enter from the north end of the airport terminal area, about where the cursor is right now. It's a one-way road. The parking, you can see, is adjacent to the airport. And drop off, there is a UBX style mass transit dropped off that's planned there where the cursor is on the south end. And we anticipate that UTA, either through typical bus service or potentially through an extension at some point of a UBX line to the airport, will be able to bring mass transit to the airport. And then there's the exit. Again, the roadway continues in one direction and exits back out onto the Lakeview Parkway. And that exit is lined up approximately with the west side of the regional sports park, to give you a little bit of an idea on coordination and other projects that are happening in the area. The next slide.
Amy mentioned that we do have a bike path that accesses the site as well.
Yeah, Brian mentioned, just pointed out, we do have a bike path along the south side of the Lakeview Parkway. And so we do have both pedestrian and bike facilities that can reach the airport as well. So I think it's a good approach as far as access, multimodal access to the airport. We're anticipating various methods of getting to the airport. The next slide narrows in right on the terminal itself, and this is only the first phase of the terminal. So there are 4 gates planned, and you can see along the bottom of the picture where the 4 gates. So this would be the west face of the terminal, and you can see the areas. The entrance is on the east face, on the top of the picture here. The ticketing that is planned is on the north end, on the left-hand side. This is the ticketing area. And then the TSA checkpoints are located about the center of the building where the cursor is located. And they exit the TSA area into the secure area right about that location. And the west side of the terminal is considered the secure area. And so you can see this is the seating area, and we have some renderings. You'll see this a little bit better in some of the renderings. But this is where passengers will wait for boarding airlines at the 4 gates. And the one other thing that I'll point out in this slide, the baggage pickup area that's located on the south end of the building, right there where the cursor is. This is where passengers, obviously, as they depart planes, they pick up their baggage and exit the building. The next couple of slides show, well, before we get to renderings, this is the upper level. So there's 2 levels in the building. The upper level is mostly unfinished, it's just shell space. But the offices that are on the north end of the building, there are some offices that will be utilized both by TSA staff and our own airport staff will potentially use some of this office space. There is some nice shell space on the south end of the building. It's mostly unfinished at this point, but there are some excellent views that will be achieved once this area is finished off. People can access that unfinished area from the stairs right there, so they don't have to go through the TSA security area even to get a nice view of the airfield and out onto Utah Lake, the west views. The next couple of slides show some architect renderings. So this is in the secure area. This is looking north in the secure area from about the TSA entrance. Looking north, you can see the finishes that are proposed. We attempted to have the architect mimic Center Street face on the right-hand side in this rendering. And again, you can see the windows, the nice views out to the west. I really like what the architect has done here with the views. And you'll see both east and west views are really taken advantage of in this building. The next one is a similar view, and this is just turn. You're still in the secure area here, and you're turned looking through the TSA exit right there, and you can see a little bit all this corridor that runs all the way through the building, making the view both to the east and the west, full windows. You can also see in this area the second level, the row of office space, how it is able to view both the secure area and the non-secure area. In the middle of, it's obvious, in the middle of the secure area, we do have kind of a food area, food court type of an approach where passengers that are waiting for flights will be able to buy food, purchase food on the secure side. There's some vendor space that's located. It's just outside the view right here on this particular picture. But there's some vendor space that's planned for passengers to be able to buy food. The next slide turns just a little bit more, again, looking down that corridor that runs all the way through the building. The vendor location that I was just mentioning, the vendor space for food is located right there where the cursor is. And again, really nice views through the entire building. The next rendering is the baggage area that's located on the south end of the building that we pointed out earlier. This is a good rendering of what passengers will experience when they pick up their bags and exit the airport. One of the rooms that's adjacent to the secure area is a family room that we've planned. We anticipate quite a number of families utilizing the airport, and our airport manager, Steve Gleason, felt very strong about having a family area where there could be some specific activities planned for families. One of the things that I'll point out on this particular drawing is a magnetic wall that has a world map on it. We plan to have some airplanes, some things, some activities that children could do associated with that magnetic wall. And I think it's a great addition. It's a great idea that Steve had associated with with a secure area. And then the next slide again is the front face, the east face of the building, the proposed building. So I think with that, we'll kind of shift gears again with the presentation. I want to make sure that the council understands some of the financial obligations and some of the financing aspects of the airport terminal. Right now, the airport is completely funded, and we do have some cash flow issues that I'm going to talk about, but the funding sources are identified on this particular slide. We get a significant chunk of funding that comes almost just over 23 million from the FAA. The MAG group from Utah County has approved a project just recently. We made a request for MAG funding, and I think it was just about a week ago that the mayor participated with all the county mayors and approved a list of funding. One of the issues with that funding is that we do not get it until 2024, but they approved about $14 million of funding through MAG. The state of Utah, again, Isaac Paxman played a key role in getting funding from the state legislature. They committed $9 million, and we have received that funding. Utah County Tourism also committed to reimburse $4.3 million from the tourism sector of Utah County. And then Provo City, in a variety of ways, is committing funding primarily either through utilities or through the quarter-cent sales tax. So that identifies the total funding that is identified for the project. And the next slide, we're not going to spend too much time on this slide. It looks like there's a question here.
If I may, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Harding.
I can wait till later if you'd rather answer this later, but I'm curious about the rationale behind funding the airport project with Provo City Utilities. Just help walk me through that rationale.
So we're not funding it. We probably should have followed this slide up with expenses, and there is another slide that talks about expenses in just a second. But the utilities, I probably need to identify the utilities are only paying for utilities being extended to the airport location. You actually see on this slide, there are a number of the utilities identified in a purple line. It's purple on my screen, at least. And we had to extend water, power, sewer out to the airport location because it was not immediately available in this location. So the expenses that are attributed to utilities are only utility related. We are not funding the building or the airport parking or the apron. That is not being attributed to the utilities. It's only the utility that services the building itself.
So the expectation is over the years, just like any other utility expansion, over the years, the utility fees will pay back the capital expense of putting in those utilities. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think it's also important, Mr. Harding, to point out those utilities will benefit other projects also in the area. So the regional sports park and development that happens adjacent to the airport, either across the street or in close proximity, there are other developments that will eventually benefit from the sewer and the water and the power being extended to this location.
Thank you.
So again, on this particular slide, we try to identify some of the funding sources and what they're exactly paying for. I think it's important to note that this slide does not necessarily identify exact locations where the funding is being used. For instance, the building, the airport terminal itself has 3 funding sources identified, but we're not trying to identify that the FAA pays for the north end of the building. That's not what we're trying to illustrate here. It's just a percentage of the building that the FAA is committed to pay for. And so don't get too hung up on the locations identified in the building. But obviously, FAA cannot pay for the parking, for instance. So the MAG fund is largely identified for the roadway and for the parking that's identified there. FAA is paying for the apron that's located on the west side where the airplanes themselves will park and approach the gates. That's what this is largely identifying, is exactly who's paying for what, because there are some restrictions on how that funding can be utilized. So the next slide goes through some of the expenses. And again, one of the items that's not identified on this slide, and I'll specifically mention it, is the utilities. You'll notice there's a little bit difference, about $6 million in difference between the total cost and the total funding here on the two slides. And again, on this particular slide, utility extensions are not identified, and that's what the Provo City utilities are paying for. So again, you can see the different costs: the terminal building, the loop road, the parking lot, the apron, some of the management and administrative fees. And we also have a de-ice pad that will be utilized during bad weather. That's being added at the airport, and I think it's a significant add to the airport. So one of the things that I mentioned early on is some short-term funding issues, and it's mostly created by the timing for the MAG money. So the MAG money that's coming in, about $14 million, will not be available until the fiscal year 2024. And our intent right now is to begin construction in the very near term. We're talking within the next few weeks to start construction on the airport terminal. It will mostly be underground work and deep foundations that will start. You won't see, steel starting up as far as the building itself until early next year. But we do intend to start with a contractor. We have a contractor on board that we brought on through the CMGC process. It's late in construction. And they have given us, just recently, within the last 2 weeks, they've given us a guaranteed maximum price on the project, which we've anticipate. We feel good about the price that they've given us. It does meet the budget that we've committed to with the administration, with the council, and it's our intent to move forward. However, in moving forward at this point, it does create some short-term funding issues, and that's primarily what we need to talk with the council about for the rest of the presentation. So given the short-term issues with the MAG funding not being available until 2024, we have approached a couple of loans that we need, short-term loans that we need to have the council approve. Back in October of 2019, we approached the council on a UDOT loan. It's called an SIB, that stands for State Infrastructure Bank Loan. And Brian had spent quite a bit of time getting a $5 million loan from UDOT, and this identified on this sheet, the interest rate at the time was 2.1%. We also approached the council at the time about a short-term loan from the Energy Department, just over $4 million from Energy. And I think it's important to note we had approached the council about using this for wastewater in fiscal year 20, and it was utilized, but it has been fully repaid also from the wastewater fund as of July 1st, 2020. So I think it's important to note that that loan was repaid. But we, from the airport standpoint, we are probably going to need these two loans. The other issue that was created just recently, we were notified of a grant, a Build America grant that Brian had applied for, and we did not receive authorization from the federal government for that loan. And so we're essentially looking for a mechanism to fill that short-term shortfall. And so because of the timing, we are approaching UDOT and the state about having another SIB loan, We've asked them for another $5 million. The interest rate is at 0.63. And Brian has actually asked the state if they would refinance the first loan that I just mentioned and combine them into one loan with a much lower interest rate. It allows significantly lower interest rate payments and would save the city some money by combining these two loans together. We will know for sure by October 16th. The UDOT Commission meets on October 16th. And as long as they authorize this additional loan and the combination of the two, we'll have the UDOT Commission approval on the 16th. And our intent is to come back on the 20th, which is your next city council meeting, in the regular session with the final numbers and authorization, requesting authorization from the council. We're also looking for another short-term loan from Energy. So we would need another $5 million from Energy fund balance and it would last for about 3 years. You'll see a spreadsheet in just a moment. We'll show you how these loans are repaid relatively quickly from the airport, especially when the MAG funding becomes available. And then also, I think it's important for the council to note that we continue to work with MAG and UDOT for some other funding options. We're not 100% sure whether MAG's going to be able to come through with some of these other options, but if they do, the need for the additional energy loan would not be necessary any longer. But at this point, I feel like we need to paint maybe the worst case scenario for the council so you can understand what potentially would be asking on October 20th from the council. So the next slide is the spreadsheet that I mentioned. The loans are shown on the top of the spreadsheet. You can see the two state loans again that we're anticipating will be combined into one state loan, and then the two loans from Energy, one in fiscal year 21, which is the current fiscal year, and then next fiscal year an additional $5 million. You can see the total loans, and then the repayments are shown below, coming from either the quarter-cent sales tax that I mentioned before, or as we get into fiscal year 24, you can see large quantities of money being refunded for the UDOT repayments and the energy loan. And in fiscal year 25, again, the MAG money is available to repay almost in its entirety in fiscal year 25. We have about $250,000 in fiscal year 26 that would come from the quarter-cent sales tax to finish off the loan repayment to Energy. So that's how the loans work in the short term and how they're repaid in about 3 years following the completion of the project. I think it's important to note, if we do start the project, if we're able to start the project in the next couple of weeks with the council's approval, we anticipate completion of the project in December of next year, December of 21, with a likely opening, ribbon cutting, things like that could occur in early spring of 22. So that's the timeline on the completion of the project. So the last slide that I have, again, it's just a summary of the proposed action that we anticipate on October 20th that I've already identified in the presentation. Again, considering the UDOT SIB loans, hopefully consolidated into one loan, we anticipate that will be the case, and then authorization for a second loan through from the Energy Department. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions that the council might have.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Any questions from the council?
Mr. Chair, I think Mr. Shipley has his hand raised.
Oh, I didn't see it. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Shipley.
Thank you. I just wonder if somebody could speak to future commitments from MAG, what their funding source is for that $14 million, and whether or not any of us should be concerned that we get, 4 years out and then that funding source or that commitment doesn't get fulfilled.
Yeah, so Brian's probably best capable of talking about the MAG money, but I think it's important to understand the MAG money comes from an ongoing project list of transportation projects. Every 4 years, cities have the ability to make application for transportation projects. And this fell into their category. Airport transportation is considered a transportation project. And we have a project built pretty much in every project list, and funding that has come from MAG has never been an issue. The Lakeview Parkway is a project that has largely been supported and funded through MAG, and we have not had issues. Even in the distant past, we have not had issues with the airport funding. But Brian probably can talk a little bit more detail about the source of their funding and where it comes from.
Yeah, so specifically through the MAG process, we have federal dollars as well as county sales tax dollars. And our airport project was identified to be funded through county sales tax dollars. The projects in that cycle are prioritized. There was approximately 35 projects that were submitted. Ours fell at about number 11. So there would have to be a significant, almost
2/3 of the list.
2/3 of these county sales tax money would have to be eliminated in order for this project not to be funded in 2024, which I don't feel like is, I know there's been some concerns of this, that sales tax with the pandemic, but I think we've actually seen and it hold pretty steady. So, certainly not being reduced by 65% to where the funding for this project would be in jeopardy.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So great presentation. I love the renderings. I feel good about what you're proposing as far as these loans. There's one aspect that I didn't fully understand. The energy loan, it sounded like we took one out. We repaid it as of July of this year. And then it seemed like the slide said that you wanted to, you were proposing to take out another $5 million loan, but it said it was on top of like a 4.1 or something. So I'm trying to understand, why is there a 4.1 if we paid it off in July?
So the energy loan was initially used for a utility loan to the wastewater loan. And that was repaid. In the same presentation, when it was originally discussed with the council, we had anticipated that loan would have to be shifted to the airport. And so the initial authorization was to use it on a temporary basis for wastewater, but once it was repaid, that it would be shifted to the airport. So for clarification to the entire council, we would be looking for a loan for $9 million total. One has already been authorized for 4.1 in the initial conversation, but we would be looking for another $5 million on top of that.
So next meeting, we're asking.
We are. Okay. So Jimmy indicated to me that would be included in both in October. The October 20th meeting, we would be asking for authorization on both of those loans. And I may have misspoke, Mr. Harding, on the previous authorization.
Okay, thank you for that.
That was my question as well, but thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions for Mr. Decker? Or? All right. Well, we'll follow up then with you on the 20th.
Mr. Handley, if I can make one other clarification, Jimmy's also pointing out, we could, on the council meeting on the 20th, we could, if you feel more comfortable with this approach, we could approach the council for the $4.1 million loan in the current fiscal year and wait until the following fiscal year to approach the council on the $5 million, because the $5 million loan is not necessary until the following fiscal year. I don't know if that makes it easier or, a different approach from the council, but that is an option for us to do that loan over 2 different fiscal years and 2 different authorizations from the council.
Yeah, that's a very important question. What's the feedback from the council on that? Mr. Harding, go ahead.
I don't have strong feelings. I can see benefits of both sides. We're talking about it. We understand what the issues. It might give a little more certainty if we just make the decision now. But I can also see the argument of not authorizing it until it's needed. Things, might change over time, and so it might change how much they ask for, or it might change. So there's some advantages to waiting. I don't feel strongly either way. If I had to say, I'd probably lean a little bit more towards authorizing now, but I don't feel strongly.
Mr. Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'd actually discussed in our recent meetings about this, the idea of requesting the loan on a not to exceed basis. So we'd actually only draw it down as we needed it. And if we're able to secure additional MAG funding or other funding sources associated with that, we wouldn't need to draw all of it down. So I think whether you authorize part this year and part next year, it's certainly our intent to minimize the need for those energy dollars to be loaned to the project. So in whatever fashion that might be. And let me just say parenthetically what an outstanding job our team has done at putting together a very difficult project. I remember a couple of years ago when there was a lot of criticism around the Bulldog/Cougar Boulevard project, and why does it have to be now? And there is a real art to lining up multiple funding sources to get a big project done, and this is one where the stars have aligned, but it's been the stars have been pushed together by our staff, and so just a huge shout out and appreciation to the Public Works team and the finance team for having pulled something together that looked for a long time like it was going to be very difficult to make happen.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, for that perspective, and we are grateful for all that hard work. Any strong feelings one way or the other about this question of splitting the difference for the fiscal years or approving all of it next meeting? Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, I would just say that I don't have any. I don't have any aversion to authorizing the entire amount now. If it's a pre-authorization but without a drawdown until needed, it really doesn't make a fiscal difference to us as a city. It's not going to cost us anything to start that authorization now versus later if the drawdown and interest doesn't start until we use it.
All right. Well, that sounds like you have reasonable confidence to go forward with the proposal for the total amount at our next meeting. Mr. Parker?
Thank you. I might just mention the way we structure these interfund loans is typically using the state treasurer's pool, the public treasury investment fund as the interest rate. And so it will be variable based on what the state pays in terms of interest for funds the city invests in the state fund. And so again, whether it's authorized all at once or not, the interest rate's not going to be, it will be variable based on what the current interest rate is at the time in the PTIF fund.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Decker and Jimmy and Brian. We're grateful for your time and your effort on this. And we'll return to this again on the 20th then. Okay, we'll move on then to our next item, which is a presentation regarding the development application process. And this will be presented by Gary McGinn, our Community and Neighborhood Services Director, and Bill Pepperoni, our Development Services Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Handley. I'll just quickly walk through this flow chart, and then we'll take any questions that you have. This is representative of just kind of the standard approval process and not specific to any one process. Once an application submittal is in, the staff goes through an initial review and a planner is assigned, and then it gets circulated out to the CRC group here. Sometimes we talk about people being caught on the spin cycle, and this is the spin cycle that people can get caught in. So once the CRC group has been given the plan, the CRC group has 2 weeks to prepare their corrections or red lines, and then we send that back out to the applicant. Since Development Services was created, we've started giving the applicant actual red line comments, red line corrections on their plans. We used to just give a written list of corrections, and it seemed like a lot of times the staff and the applicants were talking past each other. By giving them red lines on the drawings, it's much more illustrative, and hopefully that's much more clear on what we're looking for. So that helps the applicant understand what we're looking for, and it's easier when the plans come back into us to check through those to see if what we've asked for has been corrected. Now, the reason this can be kind of a spin cycle is that after 2 weeks, when we give those comments back out, it could be weeks or many months between a resubmittal is made. And until that resubmittal is made, the project is kind of sitting in place. What also happens frequently is the resubmittal is made, but only 70 or 80% of the corrections we've asked for are made. So once the resubmittal comes in, staff again has 2 weeks to review and give comments back. But if only 80% of our comments have been addressed, it's going to get kicked back again for that other 20% to be made. If the applicant takes weeks or months to make that, those corrections are going to back in. That's the spin cycle going around and around again. We don't necessarily have to have everything corrected for us to move it on. If some of the corrections that are left hanging out there are pretty minor, we're all understanding each other and what's needed, we'll go ahead and schedule for planning commission meeting or send it on for a neighborhood approval. We'll go to this step and send it out for the neighborhood meeting, knowing that there's still some minor things to be corrected, but we can handle that as we continue to go through the process. Although the neighborhood meeting is here, very frequently, way back up in here, we recommend for the applicant that they go talk to the neighborhood chair and they start a dialogue. The reason we do that is because once it's to this point and goes to the neighborhood, we have an application that's been in review for weeks or months. The neighborhoods tend to feel like they're kind of playing defense, that there's already a lot that's gone on before they're even finding out about it. So by telling the applicant to get with the neighborhood chair earlier rather than later, start introducing them to the project and what's going on, hopefully it makes this step go easier and faster. Neighborhood chairs have 45 days to hold a meeting by ordinance. We also hope that by developers talking to the neighborhood chair earlier in this process, it helps get the neighborhood meeting scheduled faster than waiting for the 45 days. Okay. Once neighborhood meeting is held, we go on to the planning commission meeting, and then I'll go on through our process. If we don't have to have public meetings, it's a subdivision plat, for example, then it just comes through staff review this way. Okay, this leg is if there is public meetings or public hearings that have to be held. All right. Do you have any questions about the basic process or anything else you'd like me to go into? Gary, is there anything I left out that I should have said?
No, I think you've covered it. The one thing that this chart doesn't necessarily reflect is what Bill was talking about. Once a land use application's made, we do send out that notice to the neighborhood chair, and the applicant is instructed to contact the neighborhood chair as required by Title II of our code. And then the applicant and the neighborhood chair work out whether there's going to be a neighborhood meeting or not. And we're not really involved in that process anymore.
Mr. Harding.
So just looking back at that spin cycle, so theoretically or ideally, everything is caught in the first review. Those red lines are given to them. They have the opportunity to address them. If they address them all adequately, it can move on. If they don't address everything, it might go through another cycle. Or if they address everything, but some of what they address is still not adequate, I imagine it could go through a cycle again. But what we're hoping to avoid is that they address everything adequately that was brought up the first time, and then as we review it, then additional items come up that weren't identified in the first review. Is that correct?
Yes, that's basically correct. Where it can be difficult is when we make the first set of red line corrections, when they give us back the new information or the corrections we've asked for, sometimes that can prompt questions for more information or something else, because as we get that information, it evolves. There's kind of an evolution that takes place. We've been very clear and very direct with city staff that the city staff needs to do everything they can to put all their cards on the table by that second review. Because what you can't have happen, what's really damaging to an applicant, is to be 6 months and 4 reviews into a project and then have something come up that's a deal breaker for the developer that he should have known months ago. So there's been a lot of emphasis and a lot of work on the staff side of this to try to make sure we put our cards on the table by that second review. First review's great if we can do it in 1 review. That's probably more realistic in 2 reviews. But even 2 reviews, even getting that done in 2 reviews is very acceptable to the developer in terms of their timeframes.
Okay. And let me thank you and the staff, everyone that's put work into that. That is very helpful to the city, to the residents, to our partners that we depend on to create our built environment. All of that's very important. So we really appreciate those efforts. I know it's not easy, but thank you. Thanks to everyone involved.
Let me just point out one other place where people can be caught in the spin cycle here. If somebody's asking for a zone change and their concept plan doesn't comply with the zone they're asking for, the staff recommendation is going to be for denial. Most applicants don't want to go forward with a recommendation for denial. They can go forward anytime they want. Anytime the applicant says, hey, I want to go forward to Planning Commission, we will send them on to Planning Commission. But if the concept plan that they've put before us doesn't meet the requirements of the zone they're asking for, our recommendation is going to be for denial. So a lot of times we will spend months and months and months negotiating and going back and forth on trying to come up with a plan that they've submitted that the staff will actually say, okay, this meets code and we'll support this.
I will frequently have developers ask me, how long will it take for them to get through our process? And I tell them that the most important thing they can do is submit something that is as complete and accurate as possible, that their engineers and architects have actually read our code, understand what our requirements are. And so when they make an application and it goes to that first review, the better and more complete that application is, the faster and easier it is for them to get through the process. And occasionally you have a developer who, when they make an application, it's clear they haven't really even read our code or standards. They're just taking a development they built in another town. And those are really difficult for staff because sometimes the red lines are so extensive, it's almost easier for them just to start over than to try and deal with that woefully deficient application.
Ms. Ellsworth. And welcome, Ms. Ellsworth. I note you have joined us and also Mayor Kafusi has joined us.
Thank you. I'm just curious. I know that the Development Services Department has streamlined many of these processes over the last few years. Is there anything else that we can improve or that would make Provo a more development-friendly city to work in? It's not uncommon to hear that Provo has in the past been a difficult place to develop. So what else could we do, if anything, to streamline development and make Provo more hospitable for developers, which I hope would also contribute to lower housing costs.
Well, I would like to, I think to me it makes sense, especially in light of our COVID world we're living in, to allow an option for a project to be put on Open City Hall for some amount of time, a week or 2 weeks or whatever the council thinks is appropriate, and to have that serve in the place of a neighborhood meeting, because the neighborhood meetings are now having to be done virtually anyway. And it just seems like being able to just post that on Open City Hall, being able to get the neighborhood comments back directly through Open City Hall, the staff planner can then quantify those comments and move it on. It seems like that might be a helpful step to be able to make.
One suggestion I'd like the council to consider is some of the projects that we have go through and under our code are required to have a public hearing, are required to have that public hearing because of Provo City Code and not for any state requirement, state code requirement. So many communities have certain types of applications that are approved administratively internally by staff, and they don't go to a public hearing. And we require those to go to a public hearing, but they are administrative projects where we can't really deny the project if it complies with our code. We have to approve it. And so that could be an area looking at those different types of applications and ones that do not require a legislative change to make their project work, but are just purely administrative, to look at whether we could reduce the public hearing requirements. That would make the project go a lot faster, and it probably would reduce some frustration people face when they come to a public hearing and they give comments on a project, and literally there's nothing anybody can do about the comments that they make, because the project, if it complies with our code, it has to be approved and we can't turn it down. But people, when they come to a public meeting with the Planning Commission, they feel like they're making comments that the Planning Commission doesn't do anything or require the applicant to change their application to comply with the comments they've made, that they're not being listened to, when that's not really the case. They are being listened to. It's just that we can't do anything about their comments.
Thank you. I'd be supportive of any alterations that would accomplish what you just described, both of you, Bill and Gary. It seems like those methods would be better for the developer and better for neighborhood chairs and citizens, and hopefully staff.
As Mr. Strachan pointed out, if we were to allow for a Open City Hall option to the neighborhood meetings, that would require an amendment to 2.29 of the code, the neighborhood program section.
Mr. Harding.
Yeah, I wanted to explore Mr. Pepperoni's suggestion a little bit, and maybe hear from Ms. Tapahe if she's interested in commenting on this. But I would guess, at least as of right now, a neighborhood chair could easily request, and I maybe I'm a little foggy on this. There may be certain types of projects that would require the neighborhood meeting, but it seems like easily that they could say, well, for our neighborhood meeting, we would like to just give feedback on Open City Hall. It seems like that is kind of an option already, but it's kind of at the neighborhood's, it's the neighborhood's choice if they would like to use the Open City Hall to fulfill that meeting requirement. And I was curious if Ms. Tapahe had thoughts on that.
So yeah, we've discovered over time that we were kind of extending the reach of neighborhood meetings beyond the ones that were actually required in the code. So what's actually required is for an ordinance text amendment or for a zone change. Everything else is at the discretion of the neighborhood chair if they'd like to hold a meeting or not, but it's not a required part of the process. And we have held some online neighborhood meetings to facilitate that in the last little bit. But the difference I'm seeing between those zone change items and other items moving forward on Open City Hall is the ability of the applicant to answer questions. That's something you can do in a neighborhood meeting that isn't truly facilitated on Open City Hall. We put very basic facts, which in some ways is better. You don't get people going off course with the information. They focus on what the actual zone change is. But then we don't have that back and forth of being able to ask questions. So, I mean, there's pros and cons of handling it either way, but it comes down to just zone changes and ordinance text amendments are covered by that requirement.
Okay, thank you. I'm very supportive of giving more options, and I do like it being at the neighborhood's preference. If they would like to, already for at least some, that they can waive the neighborhood meeting requirement if they feel like it's not of interest to the neighbors. I would welcome that ability if we don't already, just to move to Open City Hall if that's what the neighborhood wants to do. I'd welcome that.
Mr. Sewell, and then I have a question. Go ahead, Mr. Sewell.
I would be supportive also of providing that option to the neighborhood chair to gather feedback on Open City Hall. And regarding the other suggestion of not necessarily requiring public hearings for things that are administrative in nature, I remember talking about that before, and it does seem like a good idea, and I would welcome a proposal being brought to us in that regard. Perhaps I don't know if that would be development services or community and neighborhood services, but would one of your departments be interested in bringing a proposal to us in that regard?
I think on something like that, it would probably come from us, but we would work closely with development services and Bill to make sure that's working for them.
Okay, thank you.
I'm curious about, and maybe Brian Jones is the best person to answer this, although Bill or Gary, if you have thoughts about this, but do we know exactly at what point a proposal becomes a new proposal in a legal sense? If it's stuck in the spin cycle, but at some point the proposal changes so significantly in character that it's really not the same proposal that it was, or is that even ever an issue? Is it always considered the same proposal as long as, anyway, just any clarification on that?
Gary, you want to take that one?
But sure. There can be a little bit of a gray area with that. But for the legal rights that a developer would be looking for is that they're vested, meaning that subsequent changes in our law wouldn't affect their application. And the case law on that is if they've submitted an application that complies with our code and they've paid all the fees, then they are vested. And, minor changes in a project don't really change it. The nature of that vesting of their right. And so typically most projects, when somebody comes in and makes an application and pays their fees, their project for the most part is vested. There may be occasional instances where they wouldn't be, but those would be so fact specific that we'd have to really take a look at those. And I don't know that you could have a too much of a bright line rule without looking at individual circumstances.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else, Brian, that you would want to add to that, or is that?
No, I think that's right. I don't think we have defined in our code something that draws that bright line distinction. I think it would be pretty hard to come up with something. I think it's a highly fact-specific scenario, but I mean, we have had in the past scenarios where we had an application and there was reference to the spin cycle. It's in the spin cycle for a couple of years, right? And then it raises questions about, well, when the neighborhood saw it 2 years ago, was it even the same project?
Right.
I think those are gray area questions that we don't have any bright line rules for in our code.
And the laws could have significantly changed in the interim as well. Well, if you have suggestions for how to improve that or clarify that line, that's also something I think maybe there's nothing to be done about it. I don't know, but Mr. Fillmore.
I had just wanted earlier to second, at least informally second, Mr. Sewell's suggestion. I would welcome a discussion based on some recommendations from our administrative people as to how we can streamline the process and maybe shift a little more to the administrative side.
We'll start working on something and then work with council staff about a possible work meeting to report back on some recommendations that we would have.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Pepperoni or Mr. McGinn?
I have a question for the council if you have another minute, if we can spend another minute on this.
Yes, we do.
So with new council members, I'd like to get some input. Previous councils have directed staff to be discriminating when zone change applications come in, especially for multifamily projects. The reason for that in the past has been that between the downtown zones, the ITOT zone and the campus mixed use zone south of BYU campus, there is zoning in place in Provo right now for thousands of more multifamily units. So with zoning already in place for those products, the staff's attitude has been, if a developer or property owner wants a zone change on their property to allow for more multifamily housing, that's fine. But staff is hesitant to support that project unless it really seems noteworthy or it's something better than mediocre. Honestly, staff doesn't want to be on record as to supporting a zone change on a mediocre project. So we frequently negotiate with developers over their project to get it to the point where it's something staff will support. Staff feels good about supporting it. I just want to see if the council is in agreement with that tack, that point of view, that approach, or if that approach should change now that we have several new members of the council.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, Bill. I have a lot of confidence in you and your staff and Gary and his staff. So I think you should use your discretion. I think part of the difficulty that we have is that the council is at the very end of this process, right? And so when it comes to us, a lot of times there's this pressure to say, well, it got through all these other hurdles. We have to approve it. We feel obligated to approve it for the developer, even if we don't feel like that's the right thing for that zone or that space or that parcel. So we might need to evaluate, and I think you've had some proposals about this in the last week, but changing or modifying or improving some part of that process so that the council isn't surprised or alarmed or having a totally different idea of what could be in that space. But I think that we do want above average and not mediocre projects. So yeah, we've got to figure out ways to allow innovation and diversity in our areas and neighborhoods, but also continue to improve high quality projects that aren't mediocre.
Any other feedback or comments or questions? Mr. Shipley.
I like the idea of having that discretion. I guess I'm a little uncomfortable with how it's applied. Does it put us at risk? Is it, and of having, different developers feel like they were treated differently? Because as soon as we try to apply that discretion for one person and it's any different than it is for another, I just worry that those circles share that information and all of a sudden we're not being fair in how we treat, so if we have, a good set of guidelines and that guides that, then great. But I just worry that it allows a little bit too much objectivity or subjectivity, I guess, on when it comes to decision making.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
I really appreciate that question, and I wonder if perhaps we might want to schedule another work meeting on this. I think this is very important. I think that the way I see it, and I'm open for anyone to share their ideas or correct me if I'm wrong, but the zone that is in place has very clear guidelines on what's allowed and what's not allowed, and every single person has the same access to those rights that are there based on the zone. I think what you're talking about, Mr. Pepperoni, is when someone asks for a zone change, then development services will or between the two departments will get staff recommendations on whether it's in the best interest of Provo to move forward with that zone change. And so that's kind of where the discretion comes in. It's a recommendation to the council, and the council must decide if it's in the community's best interest to change what is allowed, what zone is applied to that land. And that's where that discretion comes in. We get recommendations from the staff, but it really is the council's decision in the end whether or not to grant that zone request. I've heard you talk in the past, Mr. Pepperoni, about the more that we trust the zone and what the regulations are within the zone, the more confidence we can have in putting that zone in place before the projects or before the proposals come in. So if we had full confidence in our zoning, we could say, basically our future land use map that we create in these neighborhood plans or area specific plans could be what the actual zoning is, because we have full confidence in that zoning that if we put that in place, we'll get good projects. And I don't know if we're there yet, which is, I believe, why we continue to have one kind of zone in place and signal to the development community we're willing to change the zone for the right project and kind of get to that question of, is it a good project or not? I would love it if we got to the point where we trusted the zoning enough that we said any zone that any project, any development, any proposal that conforms with this zone will be a quality project. And I just don't think we're there yet. And I wonder if that's where we get into more form-based code and whatnot. And I know I'm talking about a huge project. This is not something we're going to fix overnight or with a committee work in a month. But I guess in the meantime, I definitely want to rely on both your department's professional opinions on whether these zone requests and zone changes are in the best interest of Provo. But in the long term, if we could step by step improve our zoning to the point where we're not necessarily looking at individual projects, we're just looking at what's the right zone for that area, because we have enough confidence in that zone that we can free zone, as it's been called in the past. We could zone that area knowing that anything that complies with that zone is going to be a quality project.
We're out of time on this item, so let's try to wrap it up. Mr. Sewell.
Well, I'm not one of the new members, but I just wanted to say I continue to be very comfortable and appreciative of the way that staff has been approaching these issues. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Pepperoni and Mr. McGinn. I'm sure we'll want to keep having this conversation, and we may be looking at, sounds like, some potential changes to improve how these things are done. But we appreciate the review and the opportunity to think this through with you. We'll move on then to item number 3, which is a presentation from the Public Gatherings Committee on proposed changes to Section 6.20 of Provo City Code regarding public assemblies and special events. This will be presented by John Magnus, Policy Analyst.
Good afternoon, councilors and mayor. So it started this, there was a protest after the shooting back east, where one of our residents was shot at through the car by people who don't even live in Provo. And the question was there anything we could do to tighten up some of the regulations to give the administration and the police some more tools so they could deal with these situations quicker and easier than relying on what we currently had. So the committee was formed and started looking at this. And that is how this all came about. 1 second. So when we're talking about this, there's 2 issues. It's a constitutional issue on 2 fronts. They're both found in the First Amendment. One is what is the traditional public forum and how the courts rule on that. And the second is free speech. Traditional public forums are streets, sidewalks, and parks. This is what the court says we as the public have access to use to deliver our speech. And these can't be impinged upon unless there's a compelling state interest, or in our case, the city's interest. We can only regulate the time, place, and manner, meaning we can set time limits. You can't protest at midnight. The place, you can't protest in the middle of the street on rush hour. And the manner is how you protest. You know, maybe you can't have the street, but you can have the sidewalk. So these are the restrictions that we're allowed to apply to these traditional public forums. What the courts have said is we need to leave enough room and options for people if we start making these ordinances and codes. And what they're talking about is if we say, well, you can't use Center Street during rush hour, can we find another street available, or can they have the sidewalk? We can't close all avenues off to them. We have to keep these avenues open for them to get their speech out. And then at the end of the day, the restrictions must be in the government interest. Why are we not letting them have Center Street during rush hour? Because of the congestion. So that is a governmental interest, and that's what we have to meet when we start talking about this. The other part is free speech. It's also First Amendment rights. In free speech, there's actually 3 parts to this. So what we're talking about for these demonstrations, it's private speech, or political speech, if you would. It's based on the individual. It can be political, it can be religious, it can be almost anything. One aspect, it's not monetized. As soon as they're starting to make money from their speech, or they're selling something, then that flips it into commercial speech, and that goes into a different level of protection. This private speech has the highest protection in the Supreme Court. You have to have a compelling state interest. You have to narrowly draw your restrictions, meaning you've limited it to the best of your ability, and it's limiting just what you want to do and no other thing. No other part of the speech can be limited. Meaning that if we're not going to allow people to march on Center Street because of traffic, well, we have to open it up at some point for them, outside of traffic times or rush hour. The courts have placed a strict scrutiny test on this. This is the highest scrutiny level that the courts use when determining if a ordinance passes constitutional muster. Regulations must be content neutral. We can't regulate based on what they're talking about, and there's no such thing as prescribed speech restrictions except for threats to the president or inciting violence. So we can't go out and say, well, if you're coming down here and you're making these grandiose ideas that you want to destroy Provo, or unless it's factual and you can prove that this is what their intent is, we really can't stop it. The other part of the speech is commercial speech. It's done for monetary gain. It can be a business or an individual. The courts have kind of deemed it a promise of commercial transaction. It has a lower level of protection. It still needs a compelling state interest. It still needs to be narrowly drawn, but it has intermediate scrutiny test, so it's not as high of a bar for us to go over. And it's usually a 4-part test for the courts. Whether the speech contains a lawful activity and is not misleading, whether government interest asserts to justify the regulation is substantial, whether the regulation directly advances government interest, and whether the regulation is no more extensive than necessary to serve that interest. And the last kind of speech is symbolic speech. The courts have deemed this as a kind of an individual speech, kind of a political speech. It uses words instead of symbols, or symbols instead of words. It could be a flag, it could be an emblem. The courts are kind of divided depending on what section of the country you're in. Some courts will apply a strict scrutiny, and others have used an intermittent scrutiny on this. But again, the regulations must be content neutral and cannot be based on regulating speech. A good example of this would be a court case out of Ohio where Ku Klux Klan set a cross on fire on a park, was deemed hate speech, and the courts came back and said no, because of its action, it's symbolic speech, and therefore it's not hate speech. So it's a very complicated thing when it comes to symbolic speech. So the chapter 6.20 deals with traditional public forums, the streets and sidewalks, time, place, and manner restriction. What we've done was we broke the section into 2 pieces. One that deals with commercial speech would be like the Freedom Festival, and the other is the individual speech, political rallies. We're allowing for more protections in the private speech or political speech than we are in the commercial speech. So the changes to chapter 6.20 that are substantial from the original one, in the traditional public forum section of it, insurance. There's a court case that says we cannot have a blanket insurance policy anymore. We have to design our policy, our insurance, to fit the need of the event. We can't charge the same for the Women's March as we do the Freedom Festival. So we've had to look at that and redo that section. Indigent applicants, are making provisions for them to get certain waivers of costs if they can prove they're indigent. The courts have not made a specific ruling on that, but they have talked about in quite a few cases. That'll probably be one of the next things that they pick up and try to deal with, is how do you deal with people who can't afford to pay for these permits. The courts have said that we don't have to provide them the street. We can provide them the sidewalk, or we can provide them the park. We can keep our costs to a minimum. Conditions for denying a permit, section 6.20.045 was added. This was done to correct part of the ordinance to deal with this Supreme Court case. What it does is the court is looking for a list of things why you don't get a permit. It can no longer be an arbitrary, just because the city council doesn't think it's right or the mayor doesn't think it's right. That's called a mayor's veto. And we just trying to protect ourselves from any litigation by having that list spell out why you won't get a permit. We added the interference with the special events section, 6.20.085. This was to help the police deal with hecklers of permitted events. It gives them some ability to deal with people who come down and try to interfere with an event that has a permit. All events need an application. The only thing we exempt them is a breaking news, which is a 48 hours after event. And the other problem we have, and we're trying to deal with, and the courts have not been very clear on, is the number of people required to trip a permit. Some courts have said 50, some courts said as low as 20. Unfortunately, we have nothing in our jurisdiction that gives us any guidance. So we have to look outside of the 10th Circuit. And that's something we've left off this. And we're going to give the administration the ability to take care of that down the road, depending on how court cases go, what kind of events we get. So that would be something that we'll just have to be dealing with at the time. Cost recovery. We've added cost recovery to this section. One is to go after people who don't get permits, and we have to provide services, the police, fire, or whatever. If we can find out who the individual was, who's responsible for putting on the event and not getting a permit, we can go after them for cost recovery. And the other thing is, if someone comes in as an indigent and we decide later on that they weren't indigent, or there was a third party going to back this and they just put a puppet out in front, that we can go after them to pay for the services and costs that we incurred providing them services because they're indigent. The changes to Chapter 6.0 in the individual speech section, breaking news, we defined what breaking news was. We used a court case out of the 9th Circuit that defined the breaking news, something that happens within 48 hours of a news event. They will not need a permit. The one thing we do have on that is we can limit them geographically to one area of the town. We did not spell that out in the ordinance due to the fact that it may be Pioneer Park, it could be somewhere else. We don't know what's going to happen from day to day at these different locations, so we're going to leave that up to the administration to decide if they need to pick a spot or not. But we are legally allowed to limit them and hold them in an area because we are given the right to have a protest without a permit. The court said that it's within our right to limit them in their location. And we are going to hold them responsible for any costs. Just because they didn't get a permit or didn't require a permit doesn't mean that we can't go after them for a cost. And the other thing that we added, we want to limit the ability of protesters to go to an individual's house, like the mayor, the city council member, congressman's house, and protest in front of their house. The courts have upheld that, Supreme Court has upheld that is a reasonable restriction. So we're going to prohibit protests in front of private residents. On the administrative side, what we have, we try to make this flexible so the administration, the mayor, and the police chief have flexibility in dealing with it. So we're going to let them make administrative rules to implement this ordinance. Like I said, we don't know what an exact number is going to be to trip the qualifications to require a permit because it's still in flux out there. But these are some of the things that they can make through administrative policies. These all have been approved by the courts. This is nothing new, but it's not limited just to these. It could be other things that come up or arise that we're not aware of at this time. It just keeps them from having to come back to the council and craft new ordinances when it could be just as simple as making a new administrative policy to get in compliance with the court, because the court is always changing on these. So that's basically in a nutshell what we have changed. There's some minor changes to some language. We moved some stuff around, but this is the nuts and bolts of what has been changed in the ordinance. So if there's any questions, what we want to do is get everybody's feedback, and we'd like to go back to the council on the 20th for the approval of this ordinance.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you, Mr. Magnus. That was a solid presentation. Appreciate it. It was later in the evening yesterday before I could actually read through the proposal. Mr. Jones, I sent you an email with a couple of items on it. I don't know if you had a chance to look at that email.
I saw the email. I forwarded it to Ms. Williams, who's been the principal on this project. And we talked a little bit about the definitional problem. I think that's probably easy to fix. And she was going to look up the cross-reference. Neither of those were big policy questions. Those are just tweaks that we'll fix as we go through it. Great.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was seen. Thank you. I really appreciate the effort that's been put in on this. I think this proposal overall is improving our ordinance, and I support a lot of it. I think the one area that I'm still uncomfortable with, and I'm not saying that I'm against it. I don't know if I fully understand it, or if I just don't know how exactly what the consequences are going to be if of this aspect. So I might need a little more reassurance, or maybe would appreciate if the committee would look at it a little bit. But I wonder if I don't even want to say overreacting, but if we had a bad experience, we want to be able to handle some of these things, but if we've gotten to the point where we're making it difficult for community members to get together, and again, I don't know that this is the case, but or if it doesn't apply to this, but like the monthly art stroll that is held downtown, does that need to have a permit? Does that need to have insurance? Aren't we already inviting people down there? And maybe it doesn't apply to that, but neighborhoods sometimes, there's not really much of an organizer, but a turkey bowl on Thanksgiving where 50 people descend on a city park when there's fields out there, and they get out and they play. Well, someone probably first started sending around some emails that got passed around to other people. Do they need to get insurance in order to do that? And there may be a lot of things. And so I think we've been looking at it from the perspective of, we had this counter demonstration and someone ended up getting shot. And so here's some changes that make sense from that perspective. But maybe let's take a look at it from other perspectives on, that we don't stifle just some of the great things about being a community where we have people that say, hey, I want to organize this little thing, and let's make sure that we're not making it so difficult that people are discouraged from doing those kind of things. So if the committee would be willing to look at that, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think what we try to do with that, and we have discussed that, is trying to give the administration a little more discretion, not so much spell out what is and what isn't required, giving them the latitude, because they'll know best how to deal with this. If we start excluding stuff, it could be looked at as that we're doing the ordinance based on the type of speech. If we keep it the way it is right now, with a little more discretion to the administrative side, they can make some administration policies to deal with those issues quicker than us going back and redrafting the ordinance every time because, we caught a group we didn't want to catch. We have to be very careful because everything we're doing is going to be based off the type of speech.
Yeah.
So,
and I think I was looking at it less from speech activities, and I've already forgot the terms that were used in the ordinance, but more for the special events. And if it gets to the point where the administration has to come in and we have to have the police chief look at it, we have to have the fire chief look at it, we have to have all these people review it, that's a large workload for something that might be small enough that, anyway, if we could make it clear on what things you have to even start that review, and what things are just acceptable based on number, based on location, based on whatever, less about the speech activities and just more about the special events.
Could I make a comment?
Yes, please.
We have tried to maximize the ability for people to gather on public grounds that can accommodate them. So rather than saying if there are 50 people who want to play in the Turkey Bowl in Carterville Park, it's more like if there's room there, nobody else has reserved that space, you're not doing damage to the property, you don't need a permit. If on the other hand, you're really serious about this Turkey Bowl, you want spectator space that you lay out, you want to have exclusive use of certain parts of the park, you need to get a permit through the park. And if it were a large enough event, you probably would need a special event permit that would address things like sanitation. So our default really has been to allowing free expression, allowing public assembly, insofar as that doesn't infringe upon other users of those public spaces. And that is the reason we haven't picked a set number. And there are some court cases criticizing set numbers. So we try to allow everything possible as long as there's not interference with other people, other users.
Thank you.
Mr. Fillmore, you're muted.
I would just say at the outset, Mr. Chairman, that it's been a fascinating exercise to chair this committee. I'm a lawyer by profession, but I have been tutored in part by John Magnus and Camille Williams. I just want to acknowledge their efforts. They have brought considerable constitutional sensitivity and expertise to the discussion. They've worked very hard, spent a lot of time on this, and we've ended up with a draft, I think, that is far superior to the current ordinance in this regard. There's still some issues being massaged. For example, I've given John a handful of what I would call secondary issues and clarifications for the ordinance, but we wanted to get this in front of the council today to get public dialogue started. In response to Vice Chair Harding's concerns, I would just indicate that rather than being more restrictive, or certainly not an overreaction, David, the intent here is to clarify and even streamline, if we can, to make it easier for peaceable public gatherings, to give the police the tools they need in case there were a problem, and to give the administration a little more discretion on some things. But if the document is a highly integrated document, if you read it closely, I think that you'll see that many of your concerns have been addressed, perhaps not as obviously as you might like, but we'd be happy to discuss any fine-tuning efforts that you have. But overall, I think as a committee, we're very pleased with the product. And like I say, we're still fine-tuning it a bit, but I think it's a vast improvement. And I think the administration and our police share that perception.
Mr. Sewell.
Mr. Fillmore just answered my question. I was just going to ask if the administration is joining in recommending these changes. So thank you.
The administration served, was part of the committee, and there was a small working group of Camille Williams, Dixon Holmes, and myself who were fine-tuning it and going back and forth and checking with everybody to make sure the changes that we were making were what the committee wanted and would work for the administration, would work for legal, and still achieve the council's goals.
We do still need to get some final input from the various departments that would generally be involved if you were to have a substantial event, from Public Works, Fire, Police. I think that they need some additional opportunity to see the latest revisions so that we are taking account of their concerns and we're making sure the process is adequate to allow a good estimation of the city support services that might be necessary for any event, whether it's an expressive event or just a community celebration.
Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I am on this committee. I just don't remember if we officially voted on this. Has it been formally recommended to the council?
Not yet, no.
And I'm also on the committee, but although I should clarify for my colleagues that I've been unable to attend a number of meetings, so I've sort of been a little bit in the wings on this, but I'm very impressed with what I've seen as I read over this last night. I was pleased to see a lot of the changes that are proposed in there. So I think it's looking quite strong, and I appreciate all the effort that's been made. I apologize that I think there have been some scheduling conflicts and other issues that have made it a little harder for me to be more involved in the preliminary stages. Any other comments, feedback? Obviously, if there are specific things that you want to delve into between now and October 20th, please communicate those with the committee, either Bill Fillmore directly or John Magnus. I think that would be helpful. Okay, we'll move on then to our next item, which is item number 4, about the renewal of the Urban Deer Program. Camille Williams, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, will present that to us.
I am appearing, as it were, by phone because I have interesting internet connection, despite getting some equipment fixed. So I'm relying on John or on Hannah to maybe bring up the summary of where we are with the Urban Deer Plan update and any of the attachments. To summarize, sorry?
Which one would you like first? Plan update?
Sorry?
Which
Just
do you
the
want
plan
first?
update. The plan update would work. And you can read that at your leisure, but the bottom line really is that last year we switched the method of harvesting from what had happened in the first certificate of registration, the first 3 years of the program, moving to having Humphreys do the harvesting using both archers and traps. And there are some efficiencies in doing that. And there were also some narrowing of the focus by the council last year. As you will recall, the first Corps had an impetus of many citizens who were very concerned about damage to their landscaping, about aggressivity of some of the animals in the areas where they were living, and with perhaps a secondary issue of public safety. That really flipped last year, in my view, from the direction given us by the council, where it seemed that the council's primary interest was in trying to preserve public safety. The area, from what we can tell, where you get the most collisions are on University Avenue, essentially below 5200 North. There are collisions, thank you for bringing up those maps. There are collisions north of 5200 North, but that is essentially the funnel part of where it's the mouth of the canyon, and we don't have access really to good coverage on either side, nor to good sites on either side of the road of University Avenue, which becomes the road to Provo Canyon. So the belief there is that a lot of the deer who are hit above 5200 North are actually mountain deer rather than deer that are resident to the city. In talking with our deer specialist, Brian Cook from Humphreys Archery, and trying to focus in on the public safety aspect, he suggested that we look at the number of incidents of deer calls and collisions with deer in the period of March 1 through September 30th. That's what this match shows you for successive years. The notion being that if you are harvesting deer from October 1st to December 31st of 1 year, then that should most affect the reproductive cycle in such a way that you would see a difference, if you're going to see a difference, in the following year between March 1st and September 30th. In other words, If you take out a doe in October to December of 2019, in theory, you've taken out 3 deer that you would have had by March through September. You would have taken out that doe and the 2 fawns she would have had, so that your efforts to try to maintain a tolerable number of deer living in the city and to prevent the numbers from increasing to the point that you have an increase in deer crossing the streets, University Avenue in particular, and causing collisions. You would hope you would keep that at a tolerable level. So this map attempts to allow us to show what we've been able to track so far.
Can I ask for a quick clarification? You may have said this already. KIT stands
means killed in traffic.
Killed in traffic. Okay.
Right. So as you can see, there's some upping and downing in the numbers. Our first year on the first certificate of registration was 2016. That ran through. So we took deer in 16, 17, and 18. Then we started a new core in 19. We've only had the 1 season to harvest deer, and 32 were taken. And you can see then in 2020, in the period March 1st to September 30, you have 74 calls and 53 killed in traffic. Now, 2020 is not a good measuring year because of the pandemic. We had an estimated 10,000 fewer vehicles trips on University Avenue on a daily average, sometimes more, so far as we can tell, because of the pandemic, the change, students leaving, other people working from home. So this may not be the best measure. However, it does seem that trying to control the population of the deer is one variable that we can, to some extent, control. We cannot necessarily control how the economy goes, which would affect the traffic on North University Avenue. It isn't a city street, so we don't regulate it in the way we would city streets. It's regulated by the state. We don't control the weather. We don't control the cycle of how deer come into the city or whether they stay in the city, really, but we can try to work on their numbers. The attachment 3 is just the numbers, the average daily trips. Some of those are provided by UDOT and are actually a quarterly average. Others are a daily or a weekly average, but that just gives you an idea of the fluctuation in the traffic patterns. I'm bringing this before you today because the council needs to make a decision about how much to fund or whether to fund a continuation of the urban deer control program. Our specialist does recommend that there be at least a maintenance program, because if we take a year off and the numbers go up, then it sets us back whenever we decide to go back and start trying to control the population again. At this time, he's recommending just 2 sites and the taking of up to 35 deer. So that would be a total of $7,625, possibly less if fewer deer were taken.
Do we know what time of day the killed in traffic incidents happen typically?
My understanding is they go from the twilight in the evening till twilight in the morning and in the earlier morning hours. So perhaps to 11 o'clock sometime is my understanding from Mr. Cook.
Hi, this is Hannah here. I'm the one who did the urban deer program analysis last year, so I can answer this a little bit. It is mostly in the early dawn hours, and then just shortly around dusk, deer are crepuscular, which means that they're active at those hours with the sleep times in the middle of the day and at night, as opposed to our diurnal single cycle. So morning and dusk.
And I know this came up before too, but do we have any data at all about, I don't know when these things are reported? Are there, I mean, how much of these incidents can be attributed to human error, speeding, irresponsible driving versus, deer doing what deer are capable of sometimes leaping in front of a car unexpectedly?
I'm not aware that there's any fault attributed in vehicular and deer collisions.
Presumably because the deer can't speak to themselves, right?
Well, that is the case. And some people report the accidents and they stop and they wait for the accident to be investigated. Other people, and I'm assuming that if the damage wasn't extensive to their vehicle, they may not stop, or they may not see the point of stopping at that point. So sometimes what we get is a report that there's a deer carcass on the road, but we don't necessarily have the driver waiting there to explain what happened.
So do we know what our current, I'm a little unclear, is our current budget already allotted for this, or is this something?
No, there is not. There's nothing in the budget currently. This program has been funded in the past. The mayor's office has contributed, the council has contributed. The police department has been the department receiving the funds and paying the invoices. Police officers and animal control officers end up going out for the deer killed in traffic. Animal control officers, if available, but patrol officers sometimes end up being out there. So there are costs associated with those policing duties and animal control duties that we've discussed in past years. But the urban deer control program, I've been facilitating it, but it apparently doesn't reside someplace ordinarily where we routinely include it in the budget. And so an appropriation would need to be made.
All right, any other questions, Mr. Sewell?
I don't know if we're at the point of discussing recommendations, but I would recommend that we do appropriate money for a maintenance program. There's a lot of property damage that occurs when there are excess deer, and those accidents can be deadly, not just for the deer. Some years ago, I almost became one of those statistics that we were looking at when on North University Avenue when a deer jumped out in front of me. Fortunately, it was off to the side and it was a grazing blow, but it would have been very easy to get involved in an accident with another vehicle at that point, or lose control of the car.
I'm a little bit, I keep looking at the data to see if it's made a significant difference, and I'm not entirely persuaded that it has. I mean, it seems like we're still, what seemed like went up were the calls after we passed the initial legislation, and there were more lethally taken deer. But it's not entirely clear that we've seen a significant reduction in the accidents, especially if we've had such a significant reduction in traffic this year. I would have expected a more significant reduction in the killings in traffic.
Another way to look at it would be that it is difficult to try to document a negative. And to some degree, what we're doing is making what appears to be the logical conclusion that if we had no deer control program, the population would have arisen by, in the first year, about 90 to 100 more deer, depending on the percentage of those deer who were does. They would have a reproductive life of producing 2 to 3 fawns a year over the course of their reproductive life. So you would have had a deer population rising significantly during that time period. Presumably that could have increased the number of collisions between vehicles and deer. Obviously, again, that is a supposition, a logical supposition. So one way of looking at it would be to say, are we keeping the numbers at about where they are? Is this a tolerable safety risk? If it isn't, then I suppose we could try a take rather than of 30 or 35 deer, a larger take of deer, to see whether that would actually make a difference, or if there are other avenues for trying to control the deer population or analyze the data, we could try those.
Mr. Harding.
So I'm trying to remind myself that this is not on the agenda for tonight's meeting, correct?
I think that's correct.
I believe that's correct. So I would be interested to know, if the administration's, official position is that of support that we should fund this. It would be good to just to kind of lay out what the costs of the program are. I'm a little foggy from last year. And then the one other thing that might be helpful is at one point we talked about comparing our collision numbers and our calls with a neighboring city that does not have a similar program, because there is so much variation in weather and in in this year for the traffic count or whatever. So rather than comparing ours from year to year, comparing how ours changes relative to neighbors, and I don't know if those numbers are not accessible, but that definitely would help me, because just looking at the year-to-year numbers, it's not apparent that we're getting any value from this project. But I do recognize that those year-to-year numbers fluctuate so much independent. It's not, did it change from year to year? It's is it less than what it would have been if we didn't do the program? That's the number that would be the most helpful, and we don't know what that is.
Did they have other ones before?
And so we can only get the numbers that we can get, but that would be helpful to me. I generally think I can support this again, but it would be very helpful to know what the official administration's stand is.
Do you want me to kind of speak to that, George? Would that be?
Go ahead.
Okay, so when we've discussed this, how it comes up every year, we wanted to get feedback and see if you still thought it was a reasonable expense. And if it was, we were thinking, since it keeps coming up every year, John Borgett about rolling it in animal control budget, so it doesn't have to keep being discussed every single year.
I would recommend to the newer counselors and maybe Hannah, you could send out your report from last year. I don't know that they would have seen it, right? I thought that was very helpful. I'm I may be a minority viewpoint on this, but I'm sort of willing to let it go for a while to see if any significant change. Just I've been always a little bit only partially persuaded that the program is actually making the difference that it's intended to make. It's not a lot of money, so it's not a major financial issue. I'm also I just don't feel like we have adequate understanding of urban versus mountain deer, for example. I'd like to understand those things better, but I think I would leaning toward being disinclined to support it again. But I do think that for the sake of the rest of the council, I think Hannah's report would be really useful to review carefully and sort of weigh out the pros and cons, and then we'd have a little bit more information and context. So, yeah, go ahead. I don't know who that was.
That was just me, Hannah. I'll go ahead and send that out right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sewell.
Just one more comment, kind of anecdotally. When this first came up, this was really a hot topic. There was a lot of complaints about damage from deers, and my impression, and again, this is just sort of anecdotal, is that the number of complaints I've been seeing about deer have decreased over the last 5 years. And again, just anecdotally, the number of large groups of deer that at least I've seen in my area have decreased as well. So it seems like we've made some progress. Anyway, for what it's worth.
Mr. Fillmore.
I may have missed it earlier, but I'm not aware of how much is budgeted for this program.
Last year, there was up to $15,000 budgeted for the program. $12,400 were used. There were 4 sites at $2,500 each, and then a charge of $75 per deer. So for 2 sites, the recommendation would be 2 sites for this season. That would be $5,000, $2,500 for each of those 2 sites. And then the taking of up to 35 deer, which would bring it to a total of $7,625. And that is not budgeted. It would have to be appropriated.
Okay, that's not a lot of money. It appears to me that certainly just by the sheer numbers we're looking at, it's doing some good. I'm not sure how much we can really calibrate that precisely, but for the assumed benefit as juxtaposed against $7,000 a year, seems to me like we ought to continue it. It's gonna, if we don't do it, it just gets worse. Isn't that the assumption?
That is the assumption, that the population of deer would increase. One of the things that Hannah's report did last year was talk about that assumed increase in the population. And again, it's assuming a birth rate that is historically been among the deer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Bill, maybe just, again, this is in more detail in Hannah's report. I think the issue is whether or not an increased population necessarily means more accidents in the streets, because there does seem to be there's a distinction made in the report and on the. I mean, I think this program is based on the assumption that we can clearly distinguish between urban and mountain deer, but I'm not entirely confident that distinction holds up for me, and I don't know what I don't think we have a clear sense of what the behavioral patterns are of the deer to know for sure that if there's more deer, that they aren't staying mostly out of trouble in other areas, or whether they are actually getting down into University Avenue. Because I just don't, the fatality rates don't seem to indicate one way or the other that there's been a major impact.
It may be that Mr. Cook can give us more information about that, but as you know, he does set up cameras and he watches the migrating patterns within the cities. He says that it is possible to distinguish between the mountain and the urban deer because the mountain deer tend to be healthier, they weigh more, and they're larger in general. And the other issue that hasn't been raised today that has been raised in the past is that however many deer we're killing by a car. It is about $3,000 on the average of damage to cars. Obviously, not every collision does that. Some collisions more, but that's a national average. And forgot my other point here. Sorry. So we're shifting, or rather it is this, the citizens are carrying some burden. I think it's been hoped in times past that by keeping the population within check, it would allow less risk for citizens, for others traveling through the city. But it would be helpful to me to know exactly what kind of information we might be able to chase up in terms of thinking about the patterns of whether or not deer programs in other areas have had an impact on public safety. There are so many variables. I know that will be difficult. For example, in Mapleton, you have large areas that they don't have the high level of development. Provo City has a much higher density of residential density and business density than other cities with deer programs, to my understanding. And that has been one of the challenges also, is finding a safe way to keep the population safe. Also the canyon, according to our deer specialist, tends to funnel the deer in a certain direction in the way that you may not have in other cities. So the topography of the city and whether you have a state road that with a mile-per-hour limit of 50 versus you're dealing with a 40-mile-per-hour road or a 25-mile-per-hour road also makes a difference. So I'll see what kind of comparisons we may be able to see from other cities and what's happened with public safety. And other than looking at each individual deer that's killed on University Avenue to ascertain whether it's a mountain or an urban deer, I think that would likely be difficult unless we asked someone with the specialized knowledge such as Mr. Cook to try to examine those corpses. And we haven't done that. I think that would not be cost effective. In my view, it would be very expensive.
Mr. Harding.
Thank you. I believe it was Wayne Parker, but it may have been someone else who made the observation that dollar for dollar, no funds have been scrutinized to nearly the degree that these have been over the years. And from that perspective, I like the mayor's suggestion that this just get rolled into the budget. So it's not something that we look at every year. But I also see, I still am not convinced yet that we are getting value for it. And so that kind of argues to having these annual reviews, or maybe it could be biannual, or something like that we could look at it. But if we're looking at $7,000, until we have stronger evidence one way or another, I support continuing with the program. And so anyway, that's where I'm at on this.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Chairman, I think the key question here is simply, but for this program, how bad would the problem be? And maybe it requires a study. And the idea that popped into my head was, if I was a zoology professor at BYU, particularly one focused on wildlife issues, I would love to have my class take on a project to study this, pros and cons, and try to better calibrate the impact of this program. Maybe that's something that we could plant a seed and find someone who'd want to do that and give us the kind of objective data that we're hoping for.
I can certainly look into that. All right, any other feedback or comments for Ms. Williams and on this issue? If not, we'll move on. Thank you for that presentation. We'll move on to item number 5, which is an update on the utility billing from the system conversion in July 2020. This is presented by Mr. Wayne Parker, our Chief Administrative Officer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm sure this will be the highlight of your council meeting today. So my intent today is to give you a quick history as to where we have been and where we are heading with utility billing issues. I'm joined today by Karen Larson and Travis Ball, and I think Dave Decker is here with us as well. So if there are specific questions as we go through, we'd love to do that with you. So first of all, let me just give a little bit of context. So utility billing, the implementation of the new software was part of our Provo 360 project, which now dates back in their earliest conversations 7 years ago with the City Council. And I'll give you a little bit of a timeline here in a minute. But the Provo 360 project was the replacement of all of the city's legacy enterprise software. So that would included finance, permitting, licensing, utility billing, inventory management, work management, human resources, e-government, and big data or data analytics. We are partway through that project, about 2/3 of the way through the project now, recognizing we expected it to take the better part of 10 years to go through the entire implementation process. Again, these are sophisticated programs. The good news is they all talk to one another, which is good. We're eliminating a lot of dual data entry and challenges, particularly with the just general long-term commitment to integrated services and eliminating overlaps and improving our ability to make decisions effectively. So the Provo 360 project, again, phase 1 really got beginning in earnest in 2015 after we selected our software provider partner, and we did finance, licensing, and permitting. We began utility billing almost 3 years ago, utility billing, inventory, and work management. And those have all now gone live earlier this year. We began this year on our human resources component. That'll take us till next spring to get done, and then we'll begin the real heavy lifting of the e-government, dashboarding, data analytics, and so on. So project timing, in terms of the implementation of the utility billing program, I'll take full responsibility for picking a really bad time to implement this project. It happens at the highest billing period of the year when utility bills are the highest that they are during the year, largely because of large water use and large energy consumption. We also implemented water and wastewater rate changes. I'll talk about those in a minute. We actually had planned to implement this earlier in the spring, but we found ourselves delayed because of COVID-19, in part because both our own staff and our consultants, as well as the software vendor and the application consultants that they employed, no one was traveling. And so we were doing everything remotely, and it just candidly slowed down the process. In retrospect now, I met with some of the customer service staff today and said, knowing what we know now, I think we would have, even though it would have added significant costs to the project, about $100,000 to delay another 4 months, maybe we would have been money better spent to have delayed the project further. But we are where we are. So as we got through our implementation process, again, the better part of the last year, our biggest challenge was with our multiple service providers. And we, beyond the software provider and beyond the city staff, we have other systems that have to interface with utility billing. Part of that is bill print and mailing. We don't actually print the bills in-house, nor do we mail them. Those are contracted out to a provider, and there's a software link interface between our billing system and the bill print software. And there were some challenges with that, and we'll talk about those briefly. Both our water meter reading system and electric meter reading system are what we call automated metering infrastructure. There are good things to that. Among those are that the system is not subject to a lot of human error. It also provides easy access to data, which again, I'll talk about in some length later in the presentation. And it allows us to turn on and off electric meters from the office, as opposed to rolling a truck out every time someone moves out of a home or moves into a home, or students change the responsible bill payer, and we have to go out and take a physical reading and turn off the meter until it can be turned on again. That can all be done electronically. And so there have been some really good things about the automated metering infrastructure. And then we have a payment processor, and this is the company that interfaces with everyone's bank and credit union in terms of their electronic payments, both ACH or on-demand payments from checking accounts, as well as credit card payments and other ways our customers pay their bills. And I think Karen will back me up on this, that the interfaces have been the most challenging aspect of each phase's implementation, not just the utility billing process. So we're going to try to answer questions about why are bills higher, and it's complex and multifaceted. And so let me hit some of those. Let me say, first of all, it's not our intent to make excuses. We own this, and we're happy to own it. Well, I shouldn't say happy. That's probably a generous term. We're willing to own them. They were challenges that were the result of our creation of the new billing system. So, but I do want to explain, at least give you some facts behind it. First of all, usage has generally been higher in the last couple of months. Again, I'm including a little snippet of a study that was done by Brigham Young University, that the hottest and driest August in Provo ever recorded was in 2020 of this year. It's been a very hot and dry summer. Added to that is, as we've noticed, consumption going down among our commercial customers and consumption going up among our residential customers. And as we've talked to our colleagues around the country, we think that's largely the result of the pandemic. More people working from home, so the air conditioning stays on during the daylight hours when the home might otherwise be empty, with people in school or at work, and just greater electric and water consumption as the result of having more people working from home. So again, those are both factors that have played into this discussion. So let me highlight, first of all, quickly, just about kind of how utility rates work, because it plays into the discussion we're having. So utility rates are composed of both a base fee and a usage rate. And the base fee is really designed to be, if you're a customer, even if you don't use 1 kilowatt hour or 1 gallon of water, because you are a customer, we have to still read your meter. We still have to do the billing process. And candidly, there's some value. For example, if you're on our water system, you may not use 1 gallon of water, but that water system also funds the fire hydrant that sits within a few hundred feet of your home. And we don't bill for firefighting water. That's just part of the underlying rate. And so those kinds of factors lead us to having a base fee, essentially a customer usage fee, regardless of what you use. And then there's a usage rate, and that rate is structured in different ways. And so I'm going to highlight both power and water and wastewater for a second. So power has what we call an inclining block rate, which means essentially the more you use, the higher the unit rate becomes. So a kilowatt hour in the third tier is significantly more expensive than a kilowatt hour in the first tier. And the purpose for that is to encourage conservation. It's to say, let's make it meaningful financially for our customers to control the use of their electric rate, their electricity. And so in the power system, there are 3 inclining block rate tiers. The first 500 kilowatt hours is at a very low rate. The next 500 kilowatt hours is a moderate rate. And then everything over 1,000 kilowatt hours in a billing period is a pretty substantial rate. And we'll show you some of how that works momentarily. Water also has a tiered rate, although it's a little simpler. And water basically has a summer rate and a winter rate. And the winter rate is a lower cost per 1,000 gallons used than the summer rate is. And again, the idea here is to encourage conservation of very limited resources. The wastewater rate is fixed by residential or commercial customers, but the base is variable, and it is recalibrated every year based on the winter water usage in any given home or commercial establishment. And so I did notice recently one of our more savvy customers posted online his annual strategy of really dialing back his winter water usage, because he knows it pays dividends for him all summer long, all the rest of the next year on the wastewater rate. And so that's how that's calculated. So it's fixed once a year, it lasts for a year, and then it's recalibrated after the winter usage months. So again, wastewater is not metered. We don't have a meter on your sewer connection, and there's some really good reasons for that. In that hazardous material sort of environment, meters don't last very long. There are a few. BYU has some wastewater meters, but they're also very large main trunk lines. But they also need a lot of repair and replacement. But it's very rare that wastewater is metered anywhere in the country or the world. So second aspect besides rates is variances in days of service. And let me explain this just a little bit, and I'll show you an example with my own utility bill here in just a minute. Variances in days of service traditionally vary. Part of that is because while we try to read meters the same day each month, we also try to read them on days when we have staff in the office. So if there are anomalies or something goes wrong with the meter reading system, we have staff here to resolve it. And so nothing happens automatically in the system. And so it's not uncommon to have days of service vary between 28 and 32 days. That's kind of the norm. This year, however, we ended up with some really large days of service intervals. In large measure, that was because we had unexpected difficulties getting the water meter reading system to communicate with the new billing system. We actually tested it. We went through weeks and weeks of testing, all kinds of scenarios. There were no problems until we went live. And the meter reading system for the first several weeks, we could not get to communicate directly with the billing system. And so we tried really hard. We were looking for ways, every solution we could figure out to resolve that question. And probably more time went by than should have in an effort to get accurate meter readings. And at the end of the day, during the month of July, we estimated everybody's water usage. And that's a very dangerous thing to do in the summer, as you can imagine, because we tried to base it on last year's watering schedule. That could be variable by weather, by rain, by temperature. And so in that process, there were some billing cycles that were missed, and we actually didn't send customers a bill during that time period. And so you see the spread here. So 93% of our customers had billing days of service under 35 days, between 28 and 35 days. But 7% of our customers had days of service that were well beyond that 35-day norm, even to customers that exceeded about 500 customers that exceeded a 60-day period, which is essentially a 2-month bill. And so when we look at large utility bills, it's really important to look at the days of service. And let me show you an example. And again, I've been a little reticent to bear all my family secrets about how we utilize our power, but I thought in the interest of clarity, it might be useful. So I actually pulled my utility bill. And so let me just show you, this is the utility bill for the Parker family for usage ending the end of August. Now, I want to show you, first of all, the little text boxes here demonstrate a few of the problems we had with our bill print vendor. So we were sending correct data to bill print, but in the interface, it was doing some strange anomalies. Now, all of these have been fixed or are almost fixed within days of concluding. So for example, the first one on the left, start read and end read. If you look at that, you realize my end read was lower than my start read. Well, I didn't run electricity backwards in my home. So those were actually inverted. Now the calculations were correct, but the bill print presentation showed those in inverse order. Down below on water, every bill in this billing period showed usage as 0. Now, if you look just across to the little table, you see that my usage was 77,000 gallons of water during that time period of in between meter readings. That's accurate, but where it says usage and it says 0, that was a bill print error. Now, and again, on the far right, in the upper side, I said average cost per day, we're not calculating correctly. We recognize that it's not $51 a day to use power in Provo. Otherwise, my water bill would, or my electric bill would have been $1,500. And so there were clearly some calculation errors in the bill print system, not in the utility billing system. So again, those have now been corrected. But what I wanted to point out specifically is looking at my bill and the days of usage or days of service. So you'll see in these two circled areas or with the ellipse, my August month's bill had 35 days in the billing cycle, which is a week longer than the prior month, which was 28 days in the billing cycle. And so clearly my consumption was way up, but it was way up regardless. So again, you have to, it begs the question, what is my average daily use in kilowatt hours? And how does that compare to my average daily use in the month of July? And so again, you can see I had my kilowatt hours went up over 1,000 kilowatt hours, but my average usage per day went from 84 kilowatt hours a day to 98 kilowatt hours a day. And so again, so my daily usage went up as well as my global usage. And so again, you'll see translated then in the billing calculation that my electric utility bill for the month of August was $448. Now that's a world record for the Parker family. And my guess is we probably have a lot of customers who discovered that this time around. So it's in part greater utilization, but it's also in part greater number of days of service. Same situation with my water bill. Down here, again, I was using more water, but I was actually using fewer 1,000 gallons per day than I was in the month of July. So this is just kind of a rough view. Again, not wanting to share anybody else's utility usage but my own. I just wanted to try to point out at least how one utility bill looks in this regard. So one aspect was certainly days of service. Another aspect was a few customers that was under 1,000, but who had this issue. So when we did the July estimates, despite our best efforts, sometimes estimates are higher than actual usage would have been. And what happened in this case, and again, this was an issue we tested and it worked in the test, it did not work once we went live, was that the metering system, when it read the meter after the estimate and the July estimate was high and the August estimate was a little lower, it made the assumption that the meter totally rolled over during the month. And so again, you would have been showing using hundreds of thousands of gallons of water, and that's where we get $17,000 water bills. Obviously, people didn't use that. It was an error in the interface between the meter reading system and the billing system. Those have all been corrected. We have given people credit for those, but it resulted in this really strange anomaly. And so I'll talk in a minute about what we've done now to resolve that issue so it doesn't happen again. The other aspect, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead. Got a hand.
Mr. Shipley.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Parker, thank you for I mean, I've learned a lot already. One of the things I wanted to address when you were on your bill, the example bill.
Let's go back, sure.
So the days of service, I just wonder if we can get a sense for, you know, if this month a bill shows 35 and last month shows 28, is that reconciling the last 2 months' time, or are we getting a little ahead of schedule? Can you give us a sense of whether or not somebody's kind of overpaying in advance, or whether or not they're just catching up in retroactively?
Yes, so there's two aspects to your question, and let me talk about both of those. One is that the system will self-calibrate. And so if if next cycle the billing days are 24 days or 26 days, whatever it is, it will go from the last meter reading to the new meter reading. And so that will self-calibrate. Now, what will not self-calibrate is this issue of the third tier. And I'll let me hit that now while you're asking the question, but we'll come back to that. But in my case, where my usage is way over 1,000 kilowatt hours in a month, all of my usage in between these two will always be in the third tier, but not every customer will that be the case of. It might be that you use 1,200 kilowatt hours in a month if you don't have high vaulted ceilings and lots of in a house that leaks energy like a sieve. If you didn't have that, then you might have been pushed into the third tier by these extra 7 days of service. And we have identified now all of the customers where that's occurred, and we're going back and making manual adjustments to the bills. So we will put those back in the tier in which they belong. It's going to take us a bit because there are a lot of folks in that world. And so we are trying to work our way through that. But we will make it right for all of our customers who were inadvertently pushed into the third tier. Does that make sense?
It does. And as kind of a slight follow-up to my initial question about whether or not we're ahead or behind, if any month that you have 35 billable days, that would speak to, like I say, when it recalibrates, it would speak to, next month being lower, or the month previous being lower, to offset that, right? Because we have an average of 30, not
right.
35. So
right now it could be, but again, it depends on the meter read date. And so if the meter read date is out because of the 35, you may still get a 28-day meter read, but it will be later in the month than it would have been otherwise. That makes sense?
Yeah.
And so again, the meter reading date may change, which will affect this, but again, we're not billing for energy usage that wasn't used. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it just depends on the reading date.
Thank you.
Okay, you bet. So let's talk about rate increases and where they're going. So water rates increased 5% this year. You may recall in the budget process, we are attempting to save some substantial money in the water fund to cover some long-term capital needs, like a parallel line coming out of Provo Canyon. So we're not dependent on one line for our water usage coming from our springs in the canyon, and some additional storage capacity we're working on. Wastewater rates increased 25%, which was a substantial increase. Recognize that. And as you know, we'll be talking later this evening about the state loan for the wastewater treatment plant. We are beginning, in fact, we're already under construction on the new wastewater treatment plant. But it is part of a multi-year plan. The treatment plant will be upgraded substantially in the early years, but still some in the later years in order to meet new state and federal water quality standards. Our plant was built began operation in the mid-1950s. And for some of us, that doesn't seem like that long ago. I started my life in the mid-1950s, but I have a lot of gray hair and a lot of aching and creaking joints, and so does our wastewater treatment plant. So those rates are really going to capital, not maintenance, not salaries. Those rate increases are going to system improvements, including the treatment plant. And then finally, while some have argued otherwise, we have not had an electrical rate increase in the last 5 years. And so there was no rate increase for Provo Power this year. So I wanted to share with you a resource that was part of the Provo 360 project, which is available to every customer. And again, I'm going to use and disclose all of the Parker family's foibles in using power throughout the year. But I wanted to show you what's available in the portal, and then we'll talk about how you get on it. So I just used some screenshots rather than trying to rely on my ability to navigate the portal in real time on YouTube. But this is a part of the customer portal that allows you to look at your consumption inquiry. And you can look at in this case, at the months over more than a year. And so this shows, for example, the blue bars represent my home's electric consumption over this time period from October of 2018 to August of 2019. And the green line that's superimposed there is the average monthly temperature, high temperature in that cycle. And so you can see my utility usage pretty closely mirrors mirrors what happens with the temperature. So not too far off. And this gives me at least some confidence that I'm probably not using more power. It's not happening because of anything other than temperature. So this is a look at my daily metering usage. And let's see. So this again starts on August 25th. And goes through today or yesterday, the 5th. And again, I downloaded this yesterday. So the information on the 5th shows a very small consumption. It was done early in the morning on the 5th. But this gives you a sense of where my power has been used daily for the last period of time. And again, the blue line follows the temperature. And you'll notice some really small numbers at some given intervals. And let me just highlight the one that's September 4th and 5th. Julie and I were actually out of town. We were visiting family in Vernal. We have a dog who stays at home, but I don't really care that the dog stays comfortable during the day. And so I raised my thermostat substantially before we left. And I don't think Molly was any worse for the wear. But I can look at that chart and say, I know when I was out of town, or I know when the days were a little cooler and I was trying to survive on less air conditioning. And so again, so I can kind of look at that chart and say, okay, it's a rough approximation of temperature, and, probably didn't need to use as much air conditioning on lower temperature days.
Mr. Shipley has another question.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Shipley, sorry.
Actually, only have another minute or two.
Okay, I'll try to crank through quickly.
Sorry, just really quick. Other utility providers will have, a process of evening out, right, the bill
Yes.
throughout the year.
Correct.
And I just wonder if there's has there been any consideration to, especially for folks on fixed income,
Yep.
to create that kind of experience for Provo utilities?
We actually do that. We have quite a number of people on an auto pay system and who do what we call budget balancing. So you can sign up for budget balancing, and we will look at your past usage and give you a monthly item, which is again reconciled every year on the anniversary date of your decision. So if you're really smart about it, what you'll do is start that budget billing about now as temperatures are starting to cool down, because it will get you all the way through next summer. Again, your rates will be a little higher than they would be normally in the winter, but they will be quite a bit lower in the summer. Yeah, that's available. You just have to call 311. So here's another one where I look at comparison of year over year. And so I look at, so where's my energy compared to that? And so I added a little Christmas tree between December and January. My wife knows I have a little bit of a Clark Griswold complex, and I do an awful lot of Christmas lighting. My grandkids love it. And so I consume a fair amount of energy during, from late November to early January. And so I rapidly exceed the temperature analysis there. And then in the summer, I've put a little sunshine there, which shows that my consumption goes up clearly with energy there. So one other feature of the portal is it lets me compare with other people in my area. So if you looks at my zip code and says, in this case, my June usage, 74% of Provo residents, at least in my zip code, use less energy than I do, and 25% use the same or more. When we get to August, that changes significantly again as air conditioning becomes a real critical component for our family. So if you would like to sign up for the portal, it's available today. You just have to go to myusage.provo.org, register if you already haven't, and then it will give you a registration screen, and then you need your utility bill account number, which is printed on the top of your utility bill. And if you have that, you're in like Flint, and you can do all of the same kind of analysis. So to see what's going on, call 311, go to my usage portal, call 311. We are a little short-staffed right now. We had, unfortunately, a COVID outbreak in our customer service center, and we have a number of employees who are home ill and others are working from home. And so we have had some long wait times. We don't like that. It's not our standard, but we hope folks will be patient with us and just hang on. We will get to your call. And then finally, just the last item, I'm hoping, I don't know why I'm not getting to my last item. Let's see if I can get it from here maybe. Well, okay, what happens next? Here we go. So we have corrected the errors in the bill print process. Those are done, tested. The next billing cycle that goes out, those will be repaired. We've repaired the meter reading interface. We've tested meters randomly across the city and on request, and it's not been the meters that have been the problem. It's been the bill. It's been the interface with the billing system. We are processing credits for customers who were pushed into higher tiers due to date of service issues. We've implemented new and updated audit procedures in place to check bills that are outside standard parameters. We get a daily report now before bills are mailed out or sent out to be mailed to the bill print company that identifies any bills that were outside of parameters from the prior month. We are not assessing any late fees, and we're not shutting off customers for non-payment. We have met with our team and have committed that any call that is escalated beyond a customer service representative to a supervisor, if the supervisor can't take them immediately, we will return them by the end of the business day. And again, last night we were returning some phone calls at 9 p.m. And so we're not stopping just because the customer service center closes. Our supervisors will stay until we're done. We're absolutely happy to work on payment arrangements. If some of these issues have found customers in challenging circumstances and the bill is accurate, we will absolutely work with any customers. If there's a question about your meter, even though we have not found meters to be inaccurate, but it's been in the software interface, we're happy to send a technician out to your home to look at either your water meter or your electric meter and test them to ensure that they're working appropriately. And if there's any question, we'll just replace the meter. And then we have been working with our communications team, and we have several videos, long form and short form, that will be coming out in the next couple of days to explain better what's been happening and help our customers understand the complexity of this, all of those who don't want to listen to 20 minutes of me droning on and on. So with that, that's my presentation. I know I'm pushing my time, so any questions, I'd be happy to try to respond to those, or we could cover them in another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. We're 5 minutes over, actually, and I have two questions from Mr. Harding and Ms. Ellsworth. If these are pressing questions, it could be answered quickly. Otherwise, I would recommend talking to Mr. Parker offline. So, Mr. Harding.
I'll just take 10 seconds. So a 5% increase in water and a 25% increase in wastewater. For my own bill, that was $1.50 change and a $6.23 change, which turns out to be about 3% of my bill. The concerns I've heard from people are, 100% increase or an 80% increase. And so I appreciate what you said at the end about the meters. I have some other thoughts on that, but just some of the things I've heard, and I don't know, I haven't checked into them myself, but some of the things I've heard, still, I don't understand how they could be explained by the things we've talked about so far. So I hope that we continue to be open to, if there's something else going on as well. But thank you.
Well, let me just say first, Counselor, I think most of the people we've talked to who have called in and reached out to us and have met with Karen or Robbie or others in our supervisory group, most of the issues have been around excessive days of service. They've been circumstances where it's been a 60 or 75 day of service bill. And so again, those are there. We actually met with a customer last night, one of those late night return phone calls, who moved into a home and was told by the realtor that she could expect an average utility bill of $220. When she got her first one, it was for 15 days of service. She didn't look at the days of service. It was a $220 bill, and she thought, awesome, that's just about right. And when she got her first 30-day bill of service, it was $400 and some. And so again, what we've tried to do is work through those individually and try to respond. And so we're always happy to do that. Again, we do ask for a little patience given our current situation with our customer service reps being impacted by the coronavirus.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to take a break now, and then we'll return. And I'm going to make it a 7-minute break instead of a 10-minute break. So we'll come back at 2:55 and start back up. right, we're back from our break, and we're now on item number 6 on our agenda, which is a presentation about the CARES Act OIG audit guidelines. This item's been allotted 15 minutes, and this will be presented by Kelsey Zarbach, our Finance Department accountant. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, thank you. Yes, as George said, I am Kelsey Zarbach from Finance, and I was just asked to give another update on the CARES Act allocation. You remember the CARES Act is the COVID-19 money that we've received through the federal government. Utah County gave us a portion of their allocation, and that amount was $8.5 million. If you remember, Wayne Parker came and presented to you back in July about how the administration planned to spend this money. But we've had so many variations of guidance come through the federal government. And so we received the latest guidance about 2 weeks ago, and it really changed how the city is going to spend the money. So we just wanted to provide you with that update so everyone's on the same page. If you look at the screen, this is the current breakdown of how the CARES Act money is going to be spent. The orange line is the already spent category. So this was, as of today, we've spent about $218,000 of the CARES Act allocation. And most of that is just your PPE, your cleaning supplies, Zoom subscriptions, things like that, that the city has been using. And then the yellow line will show you just committed amounts for specific projects, which still include your PPE, COVID-19 response activities, that kind of thing. And that amount is $480,000. Some of the projects the mayor's office still wants to go through with include protective clothing for firefighters, CPR devices, and things like that. But the biggest change that you'll see here is the public safety payroll costs portion of the allocation. We have about $7.8 million that we're going to use CARES Act money for to cover public safety payroll costs. And that number still might change a little bit, just depending on how our committed spending pans out. For example, if we don't spend any of the contingency in the committed category, then we could probably just move that down to public safety payroll costs and cover more in that category. So anyway, the guidance basically opened up public safety payroll costs without any limits. And so we are covering personnel who are sworn officers, and then your firefighter, EMT personnel, people that are constantly interacting with the public who are exposed to COVID-19 more than your typical employees who are sitting at desks in those departments. So that is the basic update for how the allocation is working. A question that many people would then have is, how are we handling the public safety payroll budget savings? And this is kind of an important thing we want to go over. We are proposing moving the budget savings to a different fund outside of the general fund. And the reason for that is it's a lot of money that we want to make sure we're tracking appropriately. We don't want it to get mixed up with other money and savings. Part of that, we talked with a few other cities, Lehigh and Orem. I think Lehigh had mentioned that they're setting aside their public safety payroll savings because they're doing the same thing. They're setting it aside just because they want to have a safeguard in the event that some guidance changes again, or auditors interpret the CARES Act some specific way that would actually hurt the cities who use public safety payroll savings. We don't really anticipate that being the case, but just having it separate would guarantee that we're not in a bind if we ever had to pay any portion of the allocation back in an audit situation. And so with that said, we have the budget savings, and how that's spent is going to be up to the administration. At this point, they are proposing funding Fire Station 1 with some of that savings, and then also looking at like a 30-year plan and trying to figure out what the priorities should be and what the best use of those funds would be. And so the plan is to come back at a later date to figure out how exactly the allocation savings would be spent in the future. That's the basic update. I don't know if you have any questions. I know that there are other people on the call who can help answer them, and I'm also available to answer those questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the council? Mr. Shipley?
So at this point, is the purchase at the airport completely out?
I believe so, and I don't know if anyone else wants to speak to this, but it seems that most of the money is just going to go to the public safety payroll at this point.
Yeah, the one thing I would add, Councilman Shipley, is that after our review, we also talked to Peter Brown, who's the individual with Utah County that's over CARES Act funding. And there's a strong feeling right now with the latest AIG guidance that really the strongest position for us right now, if we were to be audited outside of these specific things that we've already done with face masks and cleaning supplies and other things, are these public safety dollars. And so we feel like that we're in a real good position. And I would also mention that we confirmed that with Peter about his interpretation of the recent AIG guidance. We also talked to some other entities and got their confirmation as well. And so, there's never a 1000% for sure thing, but we're feeling really good about it. And we feel like this is what others are doing, some of our other organizations, and the county's encouraging it. And so we think this is a real good place to be. And so that's why we're making this recommendation.
So thank you for that clarification. So this would be set aside money in a separate account to get past any audits or changes in the policy. And then once we're past that point, it would be up to the full discretion of the administration to then deploy it for anything, right? Because they're funds that were used for the intended purpose, and then the payroll savings that were then shifted somewhere else could have full discretion, right? There's nothing earmarked specifically at this point with those funds.
Yeah, and what I would say is sometime within the next several months, or definitely within this fiscal year, we would come back to the council and recommend transferring these funds, most likely to the general CIP in a separate bucket there. And then the administration would be going through and reviewing how they would like to spend these funds, or coming up with priorities and working with the council on those priorities. And our sense of feeling is it likely would take some time with planning and preparation. But at some point in time, and I don't know if it's a year out, I don't know if it's 2 years out, but at some point in time, it'll be prudent to move forward with that spending. And all we're saying is that in that interim period, in that year and a half time as we're planning, it'd be nice to have it set aside so that if for some reason something came out and there was an issue, we would have the funds there. But, we wouldn't want to wait 5-10 years, because we want to utilize those funds and provide them to the best benefit of the city. And so we're just talking about this initial period. The other issue that we have that's important is that, as you're probably aware, in our general fund, the state has guidelines on what our fund balance is supposed to be. And it's a limit of 25% of our revenues. And so it's another reason why it would be good to break that out so that we don't consider that part of the general fund, and we have it set aside separate so that we can plan and prepare for it.
And would it be able to sit in PTIF then in the interim?
Yeah, it'd sit there. It'd be invested in there, and that kind of happens automatically with us, as Dan Follett, our treasurer, kind of manages the money. We move it out of our Zion's account. As a matter of fact, when they did the transfer from the state or from the county, it actually went from their PTF account to our PTF account. So that's where it's at.
Perfect.
All right. Well, thank you. We're out of time for this item. We appreciate the presentation. I'm sure if we have any follow-up questions, we can reach out to you or to John. Thanks so much, Kelsey.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on then to item number 7, which is an update from County Health Department on Utah County and Provo COVID-19 cases and strategies to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We're glad to have Ralph Clegg with us, who's the Executive Director of the Utah County Health Department. Thanks so much for giving us your time today, Mr. Clegg.
You bet. Thanks for inviting me. These are interesting times. Maybe that's an understatement to say interesting times, but challenging times, and it's good to be with you and talk about it, because it's affecting us all in many, many ways. So I will kind of give you an update, and then I'll try to leave plenty of time for questions, and you're welcome to interrupt me at any time. We'll see how technology works. I'm going to try to share my screen right now if I can. Okay, it says it's disabled.
You should be able to try it now. If you try it now, it should work.
Okay. All right, you should be able to see a spreadsheet. Can you see a spreadsheet?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. This is something I share routinely with the mayors every week. So this was done yesterday. And I think I sent it to Cliff as well at his request. I'm assuming he shares that with the council, or the mayor does. But this kind of gives you a little bit of a breakdown on where we are. As far as you can see in the state, we're almost, well, and of course with today, we'd be well over 79,000 cases, 867,000 individuals tested, 4,022 hospitalizations, 481 deaths, and about 928 have been in the ICU since the beginning of the pandemic. For Utah County, you can see we're at about a little over 21,000 cases, 181,000 individuals tested, 720 hospitalizations. Our deaths are 63, and ICU is 95. Now, as you compare Utah County, which is probably about 20% of the state's population, you can probably note that we certainly are over the 20% of the total cases in the state. Our testing is also over that 20% a little bit, not nearly as much as the cases are. Our hospitalizations are quite low compared to the state, as is our deaths and our ICU bed usage. If we just look at a breakdown of some of the demographics, you can see that for cases, you can see that in the state, most of the cases have been in that 25 to 44-year-old category. We're a little different here in Utah County. Of course, our population's a little younger than the state average, where most of our cases have been in the 15 to 24-year-old. And that's due largely to what's happened in probably the last 3 weeks. Before that, we were probably more in line with what the state was. But then if you look at rates, you can see where the highest actual rates are. And again, our highest rate is in that 15 to 24-year-old category, which is also true for the state at this time as well. You can see their highest rate is in that category. Now, the state, of course, has many areas, particularly in the rural areas, where there's very few cases, which brings down their rates compared to what ours might be. I don't have a comparison here to Salt Lake County, but I think you probably see Salt Lake County is probably very similar to where we are. As the rural or the urban counties are probably fairly similar. We look at hospitalization by age. You can see that generally speaking, the older you are, the more chance you have of being hospitalized if you have COVID. But then, and you see the highest rates are in the very old, 85 plus. Our highest rate would be in that group. Often those folks are in some of our long-term care facilities. And that's consistent with what the state is seeing as well. And you can see that the younger demographics have very low rates as that goes. Looking at total deaths, you can see that again, generally speaking, I don't have the death rate here, but the older you are, the more likely you are to have an adverse outcome from the COVID virus. Current hospitalizations for COVID in the state, there's 183 with 39 under investigation, which generally means they're waiting for the test results to get back. Utah County, we're at 38, with 11 under investigation. 411 out of 567 ICU beds in the state are occupied. In Utah County, it's 66 out of 82. This number 82, the denominator, used to be was larger than that. It dropped, I believe, because maybe one hospital failed to report their figures. But then you can see what the total availability of beds is. One of the things the state is stressing, and it's coming from the healthcare industry, is bed availability is one thing, but staff to actually stock all the beds is another thing. And that's where they're a little bit concerned at this time, is whether they really have the staffing to staff all those ICU beds or non-ICU beds. The core 4 measures are the measures that they often look at to determine whether you should be in the red, orange, yellow, or green stages. And they've changed these a little bit recently, but we'll go over those. They want to see the hospitalization usage less than, and this is the ICUs, less than 68% for 7 to 14 days. Right now, the state, is at 68% over the last 2 weeks, 71% over the last 3 days, and so you can see some of their concern there. ICU beds used by COVID, though, are fairly small, at 13% over the last 2 weeks and 13% over the last 3 days. So we used to be able to get these figures by county, but they've quit doing that and are giving things as a state hospitalization system, because in essence, as a county, if a county exceeds its ability to deal with its COVID cases or ICU cases, they would be moved around through the hospital systems to other areas. For example, they could be moved from Utah County up Salt Lake or vice versa, or from the southern part of the state up to Utah County. Proxy transmission is another thing they look at, because they like to see that under 1.5, best if it's under 1.0, which means that for each case, if they're infecting less than one other person, that means that the things are in pretty well are going the direction we want to see them. If they're only doing 1.5, that's not too bad, but if it gets higher, then that's more of a concern. And you can see where the state is currently and where Utah County is currently a little bit higher, as we might expect from the case numbers we've been seeing coming out of Utah County. Another measure is positive cases per 100,000 people. They like to see that steady or declining over 14 days. And also, to go to, say, a green, they would expect that total to be, 100 or less. To really, they want even to be in yellow, probably 400 or less per 100,000. And you can see where we're sitting, Utah County, quite a bit higher than that. Was part of I think, driving the decision to have Provo and Orem go to orange. Testing per 100,000, they like to see that steady or increasing. Our testing has been really pretty good. The state average is considered 1.0, and we're at 1.4, which is the highest in the state at this time. So our testing per 100,000 is good. They like to see the number of positive cases. They don't like to see testing going down, because they like to be able to see how that reflects in our positivity rate. But we've been at 13.5% over the last 7 days. We're the only one in double digits for the last 14 days. But I think that's changing a little as the surge seems to be hitting Salt Lake a little bit more now than it has been previously. So for known exposures, which is another measure, they like to have that over 60% from known sources, and best if it's over 85. In Utah County, we're about 92% from known sources, and most of that is related to what goes on in households naturally. Another thing I like to send out is, I'll try to make this a little larger. Hopefully you can see it okay. This is a Word document. Are you able to see that okay on your screens?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I just highlighted a few things here. Utah County talks about case counts versus population. On the 3rd, which was a couple days ago, really over the weekend, our case count was about 29.1% of Utah's case count, new case count, which I highlight because that's an improvement from where we were for a few weeks before. We were up in the 40% of the state's cases. Now, that's probably due to two particular things. One, the cases in Utah County have been steady or a little bit decreasing over the last couple of weeks, and the cases outside of Utah County have actually been increasing. And so that's made a difference in that particular figure. So, and you can see that during that particular day, our positivity rate was almost 19%, state down at 14%. Again, our positivity rate is driving much of the state's positivity rate. If we look at the previous week, the 27th of September through the 3rd, you can see we had a little bit higher percent of the state's cases than we did just over the weekend on the 3rd. And most of those cases were centered in Provo, at Provo BYU. But even here, you can see we have some issues outside of just Provo. Pleasant Grove, Linden being high, and American Fork that particular week. But if we go down to the week before that, or a week before that, Utah County was up at 39% of the state cases. And like I say, even if you go back a little further, we were in the 40%. I think we hit the highest was like 43%. But, and much of that has been driven by the 15 to 24-year-olds. But now we're seeing increases in all age groups, specifically the 25 to 44, and 45 to 64, and even the 85 years old and plus. So, in this particular week, it was the Provo East Center Street and Provo BYU as well, the Orem North area that were driving that, but with a note that Pleasant Grove was coming on high as well. Gosh, if you go by age, in Utah County during that week of the 27th to the 3rd, for the age group of 15 to 24, which is our high school and college age youth largely, we accounted for 41.2% of the state's cases in that age group. So, which, again, our population's about 20%. And I would think that our percent of population of this group is probably a little higher than 20% of the states, but still, this was quite a high figure. For the Utah County cases, that age group accounted for about 34% of our cases. So, and then you can see that even in the 45 to 64-year-olds were high for percent of cases compared to our population at 28.1% in the state. And the same is true of the 65 to 84-year-olds this time. So it seems to have been surged through the 15 to 24-year-olds, and now it's creeping out and throughout our community. And I think in the state we're seeing a very similar thing happen as well. I know as I've talked to Cache Valley with Utah State, they're seeing something similar. I think they're seeing something similar at the University of Utah as well. But if you go back even further, then you see our case percentage from that age group was even higher, and that would be true of all of these age groups as well. Hotspots. The good thing is, a few weeks ago we had several what we consider hotspots. Less so now. As they do the analysis, You can see the number of cases in the last 7 days, the crude rate, anything above 1 is accelerated, is high, percent positivity. But you can see at least we're staying steady. No trend ongoing means we're probably staying steady, maybe increasing just a hair or just decreasing a hair. But, and then you can see some areas have started to decrease. Again, it can reverse itself quite quickly. Going to the zip code level, let's see, let's go down to Provo. We have here Provo now in the 84601, holding steady. No trend again in 84602. 84604 is actually decreasing a little. I mean, it's still high, but it is decreasing a little. And 84606 is decreasing a little as well. So that's the good news, is that things are probably getting a little bit better in Utah County, which would be reflective of Provo as well. Let me just share this one last thing with you. I'll try to make this just a hair bigger. This is a small area evaluation. This is all the Provo zip codes in one. You can see it on the map. The good thing is, if you look at, if you look back in July, you can see we had that little bit of an increase, and this was really, from the Memorial Day. It seemed like after Memorial Day, things really picked up in June and July, versus what was going on before. I mean, before Memorial Day, we were talking about requesting to go green, but after that, it kind of went up. But you can see, you compare that increase with what we saw with this last few weeks, you can see how much more it was. And that really has taxed us as a health department. I think it's taxed everybody. Because part of what they like to see is they evaluate is how quickly you can get to the cases and have them isolate, and then to the contacts and have them quarantine. And when we're getting almost 600 cases a day, that was well beyond our ability to deal with. We can probably, with our current staff, look at maybe 120. We can maybe surge up to 200 with help from the state, other local health departments, and the National Guard. And so when you get 600, you have to start making some decisions, which is very similar to what we had to do in July when that first one hit, because we had no additional staff. But we've been able to hire some additional staff to help with this, but not enough to handle 600 cases a day. So we've had to prioritize, and we really go to a case investigation. We ask the cases to contact their close contacts and give them the information about quarantining, where we would typically do that, though we still contact the high risk contacts. Somebody that has heart disease or diabetes or is immunocompromised. We want to make sure we have a chance to talk to them and tell them how important it is that they follow certain procedures. So the good news is, again, you can see this is decreasing. Again, you probably should ignore the last 3 or 4 days here, because usually the data is not complete yet. But if you go back a few days, you can see it looks like it's coming down, maybe hoping leveling off. If you look at the small area, positive cases per 100,000, you can see, again, we peaked to maybe we started really going up about 3 weeks. Well, you could go clear back here to the first part of September after schools open. A few weeks after schools open, you can see that where the curve has gone. And again, it's probably a little higher here in the last few days than what's actually showing, but you can see it looks like maybe it's peaked and hopefully coming down. That kind of gives you an assessment. This is positive cases per 100,000. This is total tests down here. And you can see our testing has remained pretty strong. Exposure sources. Now this is for just Provo. Make sure I clarify that. So, but this is reflective of what's going on in the county as well. Again, most of our known contacts are a good percentage of our exposures are contacts are from known sources. We don't see a lot from travel. We don't see a lot just in the community that can't be explained. There still are some from healthcare, particularly long-term care facilities, have some ongoing struggles there, although they're doing much better than earlier in the pandemic. So, and then you see our percent positivity again. You know, you look back in June, and it was fairly low in comparison to what had happened in September and into October. So. Proxy transmission rate, we talked a little bit about that. That kind of shows, you know, the trend, what the trend has been. Again, the upward trend is the concerning part here in the shaded area. All right, what questions can I answer for the council?
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Any questions? Mr. Harding.
I don't always have to go first, but I just don't want to let time go by if no one else is going to say something. My question, Mr. Clegg, I appreciate this presentation. This has been very helpful. Is in 2 weeks, but the same day that we're going to be meeting again, I believe the current county mask requirements are set to expire unless they're extended. And so I was just curious, you've presented a lot of very great indicators. What indicators are going to be driving the county's decision whether or not it's appropriate to extend those or whether it's appropriate to let it expire?
You know, that's a great question, and we're still looking at those. I know those things I've just discussed, the proxy transmission rate, percent positivity, and the number of cases and testing trends, plus, you know, a few others, exposure source, all those things will figure into that. You know, I don't know if, you know, with Provo City having its masking ordinance, I don't know if you've looked at things that you can share with us as to what you think might be the metrics you want to look at. But mostly it's going to be, are things going the direction we hope them to go. So I don't know, has Provo looked at anything with regard to their masking ordinance may help us. I do have a call with the State Health Department and County Commissioners today, a little later, where the metrics are going to be discussed and the expectations to have us redesignated yellow, what those will be. So I may have a little bit better sense after that, but I'm open to suggestions if you have some.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then while you were speaking, I had one other thought come to me, but I can hold off if anyone else wants to ask a question first.
Well, I just have a maybe more of a comment about that, about your question, Mr. Clegg. I think, I mean, I think what concerns me is, although it doesn't necessarily surprise me, is that the rates are spreading through the age brackets. And I mean, I've seen this anecdotally up close because I teach at BYU, and I also have a college-age daughter, and I know a lot of other people in the community who have children at the university. And of course, the university requests isolation for those who are sick, and then they isolate at home, and they then communicate it to their family. And I've seen very quick transmission through age brackets happening, you know, almost overnight in some cases. And so that certainly concerns me. I mean, I was looking at the hospitalization rates, even for 15 to 24-year-olds. There seems to be some rather cavalier attitudes about, well, you know, these are college kids, they can handle it. But I've known a number of cases where either the symptoms continue for quite a bit longer than they thought, and then it ends up maybe suggesting some longer term health issues that these young people are going to have to deal with. And then, but then again, the chances of the
college kid or the high school kid being able to transmit that disease to other people who may be much more vulnerable still remains very high. So in my mind, it's a hard question. I've talked to BYU administrators, and I don't think they know yet, what their metrics are for deciding whether or not they're going to change their policies in terms of keeping classes going. It does seem to me, and I think to them, that being on campus is safer for a lot of the students than being off campus, because at least on campus, the rules are very clear and they're very clearly followed. But it's a bit of a catch-22, because the longer you go and the longer these infections continue, then and then they continue to spread through the age groups and through the community. It does seem that without any sort of really serious aggressive mask policy and education on it, then we're never going to get out of that. We may be able to manage it without crisis, maybe, but even then, it seems very difficult unless there's really serious coordination. And I very much appreciated, I think we all did, the county wide effort, because there was already indications that some students and had figured out that maybe going just to a neighboring city was a better solution to their socializing than to have to deal with Provo, and of course that doesn't slow the infections at all across those groups. So we think that partnering with you is extraordinarily important, and we have really appreciated being able to get more information from you, because I think that's helped us to make better decisions. But it's I mean, even though I guess even though the trends seem promising, we seem to be still so much higher than where we should be, that it seems a little bit early. I was always worried all along that if we either for our ordinance or the county ordinance, if we put too short of a window on when we're going to revisit this, we won't have enough time to really understand what kind of an impact we are having, and what kind of impact we could continue to have if we kept it in place. I don't know if you have any feelings about that. I mean, I know there's some political pressures that are at play here as well, but from a health perspective, when you see those downward trends moving in the right direction, you want to say, okay, something's working. We should keep going, but maybe we shouldn't sort of rest on our laurels either, right?
Very true. I agree with everything you've said. It is a difficult thing to struggle with, and to try to make those metrics make sense, because it's hard to put your finger on one thing that's helped. I think there's several things that help. Certainly the masking helps. Certainly the emphasis that the university presidents have put to the students, and basically said, look, things have to change, or we're going to be in a virtual environment. And maybe that's helped people think a little bit more. And then the messaging that's gone out to the universities, even what Provo City has done, social media, everything that we work on today. You hope that all those things have helped. But you're absolutely right. We're thrilled that the case numbers are down, but still they're a lot higher than they have ever been, other than just the last few weeks when it was particularly high. But even if it comes down and plateaus, it's still plateauing at a higher level than we've seen it before. So that's that's something to consider when you're trying to determine what the next steps are, or what actions should be taken. And you're absolutely right. I'm sure you experienced the political drama that goes with making a masking mandate. That has certainly been demonstrated both at our Board of Health meetings and at the County Commission meetings. So where things will go from there, the commissioners know that I will support whatever they will support. We find it doesn't work very well if we don't have support on both sides, from health and the politics of the situation. So we'll see where things go. And we'll see where I know the governor's under intense pressure to have a statewide mask mandate. And I think that's very difficult for him to do when you have so many areas in the rural areas that are green and doing quite well. So we'll see where everything goes. Certainly, it's going to be important to continue it in schools and universities, and I think they're both the schools and the universities are ready to do that. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes you have to think that schools and the universities are the safer places when they're following all the guidelines. Unfortunately, what happens after school and after they're out of off campus seems to be at least part of the problem. So.
We've got a number of hands, and we're almost we are out of time. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to try to be brief here. First one is Shannon Ellsworth. Go ahead, Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I'm just curious if we can get kind of a weekly report with these numbers sent to the council.
Well, I've been sending them to Cliff and to the mayor. Can they distribute them to you? I was assuming they were distributing them to you. I hope they are.
If I may, I've been getting them, and I didn't get one this week, Ralph, but when I get them, I forward them to a whole council.
Okay. You didn't get one this week?
That's correct.
If you don't get one on Monday, would you let me know? I'll try to see what's going on with the situation. I will. I thought I put you in the mayor's group on my email, but I'm from that technologically challenged age group, and so what I think I did sometimes didn't really happen. So
thank you for that.
I'll send you what I sent out to the mayors yesterday, so that you have that.
Mr. Sewell.
Thank you for coming to share this information. We're all in this together, and I was just wondering if you have any advice or suggestions for us at the city level as to how we can be a better partner and what we can do to contribute.
Well, I think you can do what you're probably doing. I mean, as you get these larger groups that want to do something, they come in for whether it's licensing or a permit of some type within the city limits, whatever your ordinances are, that make sure that they have a plan. The state guidelines call for them to have a gathering plan, which includes how they're going to social distance and those types of things. And, I mean, the state guidance doesn't require them to submit it to anybody, which is good and bad. It's good because nobody has the bandwidth to probably look at it anyway. But it's bad because often plans aren't very well done. So, and often sometimes when we're working with somebody on those types of plans, the plan is good, but they just don't follow it. So, anything you can do to encourage things there and encourage your citizens, and I'm thrilled with what I see out in the community. I go into stores and everybody's masked up. I see very few out. Now there's usually some groups and stuff, and I know there's groups that just basically said they will not wear masks, period. And that's always going to be the case, I guess.
Mr. Harding, and this will be our last.
Thank you. I don't necessarily need an answer right now, but particularly as you look into like how to make these decisions going forward in the next 2 weeks, as far as renewing or extending. I think there's kind of two philosophies. There's value in doing something like a county-wide mandate, because then you don't have patchwork, conflicting regulations in each jurisdiction. But as you also mentioned, kind of the statewide, if there was a statewide one, it might be very appropriate in certain areas where there's high transmission, and it might not be appropriate in other areas. Same thing could be applied to our county. There may be parts in our county that a mask mandate really isn't all that appropriate, but there may be other areas of high transmission where it's very appropriate. So, and I guess my biggest fear is there's been times where people have pointed to the county and said, well, the county is the one that has the health department, and the county isn't doing a county-wide mandate. So why would you do a city mandate? And so I guess for my take on that as well, it might be not appropriate everywhere in the county, only appropriate, in specific areas. So if, regardless of what the county decides to do in 2 weeks, it might be helpful to have some public discussion on, if this is how you feel, that, okay, we feel that we're not going to extend it because there's areas in the county it doesn't make sense, but we encourage or we support or whatever, the areas that do have higher transmissions to have their own mandate. So something like that might be helpful to us.
Yeah, you're right. And of course, it becomes very political. I think Provo's been willing to do it. I know in my discussions with Orem, there was no willingness to even consider it. So maybe the county, the mandate helped with that situation. The politics are different between every place, and we'll see how it comes out. I mean, we hear the same thing. Well, why are you putting in a mandate when the state doesn't have a mandate? Well, okay. Yeah, I get it, but we do have a problem. We need to do something to address it. And masking was one of the few arrows left in the quiver versus going back to where things were kind of shut down. So, which I don't think any of us want to go to. Well, thank you for your time. I apologize for taking so much of it. So.
No problem. We think this is very, very important. So we're very grateful that you could spend some time with us today, and we'll continue to in contact and watch closely what's happening in the county numbers and Provo numbers. And if you feel that there's specific information that would be helpful to us, we would welcome that very much.
All right. I'll try to make sure Cliff gets that. And again, Cliff, if you don't see that by Monday, usually I send it out in the morning. By Monday morning, just holler at me and I'll see if I can fix what's going on.
Will do, and thanks for coming today.
You betcha. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on then to item number 8, which is a discussion regarding a budget appropriation to correct elements of the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget related to the cemetery. And David Mortensen, our Provo City Controller, will be our presenter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hanley. So we wanted to bring this item to you today in the work meeting to bring it to your attention. And then in 2 weeks in council meeting, we'll bring it again for your consideration and a vote. But basically, as you are all aware, our budget document is quite large and quite complex. We spend months combing over it with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find any possible errors and correcting them before we bring it to you in June to be approved. Despite our best efforts, occasionally we do come across something that was missed. And in this case, we missed a couple of things related to the cemetery, and that's the reason for this request for an appropriation. There's 2 underlying issues that feed into this request of an appropriation of $56,147. One of them is a formula error in our payroll spreadsheet that we use. So on that spreadsheet, we have different formulas for full-time than we do for part-time employees. And there was an instance in the cemetery where a full-time employee was put onto a part-time line and used the part-time formula. And so their gross salary was under budgeted, and that makes up about $35,000 of this $56,000 request. And then the other issue was really just miscommunication between the finance division and the cemetery personnel or staff regarding their part-time and seasonal personnel, number of hours and rates that should be used. So in total, this $56,147, the bottom line was that without this appropriation, the cemetery doesn't feel that they would have the budget necessary to complete the fiscal year with the amounts currently budgeted at their current staffing levels. And so this request is for $56,000 to enable them to keep their current staffing levels through the end of the year. With that, we can answer any questions. And like I mentioned, we'll be bringing this to the City Council meeting on the 20th.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Mortensen? Crickets. Okay. Wow. All right, that looks like we will just return to this discussion on the 20th then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 9, a discussion about the Blue Sky Tax Increment proposal, and this will be presented by David Walter, our Redevelopment Agency Division Director. Mr. Walter.
Mr. Hanley, members of the City Council, good afternoon. This item is for the development it is not for the development. This is to request tax increment financing should this development move forward for the Blue Sky presentation. So this is the apartment complex. Many of you may know that, okay, I guess I do have control. So this is proposed to go at the corner of Center Street and 100 East. Mr. Christensen, who is the developer, has been working for quite a while to firm up options. And they are looking at alternative ways to provide some financing, and they have asked the agency to consider applying tax increment financing. This project this development would be in a project area. It is the Center Street project area, which was adopted in 2013. It has yet to be activated, so this would be the first project this would be the first development in that project area. So here are the existing conditions. As you can see, it's across from the county offices. It's close to the Wells Fargo, close to the Temple, close to New Skin Corporate, close to a lot of what's happening in the downtown at University and Center Street. It does have an old service station on it. It's fairly blighted. As part of the development, Mr. Christensen would tear this down. He would also remove some of these poles and underground these utility lines that you see here. Here are some various angles from different directions of the site. So he would remove the power poles, underground the cables, again, all along Center and along University. And this is a sample of his floor plan. He would have some parking in the project for the residential tenants, the proposed residential tenants. He has commercial on the ground floor. He's proposing a mix of what could be retail and then smaller office spaces. The retail would be along the Center Street portion, and then the smaller office spaces would be along the First South. He has been talking to Pizzeria 712 about opening a second location here in Provo. This would be the start of his residential tenants. Here you can see the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. It goes up eventually to six levels. He has an amenity deck on the roof as well as a clubhouse on the 3rd floor. So here are some different views of the clubhouse. So what he is proposing is that he would, as you may remember, Mr. Christensen has talked with us several times about parking in the Wells Fargo parking structure. He is willing to live with the allocated spaces and work with that. He would ask that the council would not oversubscribe our portion of the spaces. We have worked with various developers in the past. So far, we've had an opportunity for shared parking within that structure. You may remember that there is some parking reserved for the residential tenants of the 63 East development. Mr. Christensen was a part of that development as well. But he is looking to be able to take some of the tax increment and help pay for some of the costs. I apologize for going quickly here, but he is going to be improving Center Street and adding some parking along Center Street. So in front of the project, and so there'll be roughly, this is probably the best one, but he's going to add some diagonal parking along here and some parking along First South. So there'll be some parking that'll be added here. There'll be a benefit to anyone that is going to be using the commercial spaces here. We estimate, based on elements of the development, that he could potentially get up to $2.5 million over a 12-year period. So tonight's item is actually talking about approving the interlocal agreements. These are the vehicles that we would use to capture a portion of the increase in the assessed valuation and the taxes and pay those back out to Mr. Christensen after the project is developed. Again, it's important to point out that this does not commit the city to any funding at this time, but is in fact monies that would accrue to the agency as a result of this development happening in this particular area. The items are you would be as the redevelopment agency approving the the interlocal agreements for the tax increment. And then you would also be as the city council approving city's agreement for a portion of that tax increment. That's my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. I know that Mr. Christensen had hoped to be on. I don't know if he was able to log on or not.
I'm not seeing him either waiting as a caller, or he hasn't, certainly he's not a panelist, so I don't know. Any questions for Mr. Walter? Maybe I'll just ask Mr. Walter, what is your advice on this?
So it's, again, this is the type of development that we thought that the council was interested in the downtown. It had some density, it had some residential, creates an opportunity for additional commercial. The approval of tonight's items would not guarantee any tax increment. That would be, again, we'd have to talk to the school district and to the other taxing entities, including the county, for any tax increment to be there. But this has been a project area since 2013. We have not opted to bring forward any project for consideration in that project area, and this would be the first. Heretofore, we've relied on the Center Street redevelopment project area, but that one expired in 2015. So, I'm sorry, the Central Business District project area. This is the Center Street that I'm talking about now. I apologize.
Well, despite the various angles that from the different photos that you showed of the property, I couldn't see how it looked any better from any one of those angles. Sorry, I'm being a little flippant, but I think that block is an eyesore, and I welcome the opportunity to see these improvements there. And I think there's a lot to be gained for the city. And Ms. Ellsworth.
Yeah, I think Mr. Hanley brings up a good point. There's plenty of developments in our city, or parcels in our city, that are slated for development that haven't been cared for. And it would be great if code enforcement could help them comply with city code so that they didn't fall into such terrible disrepair before their redevelopment. And especially in Center Street, where it's such an important gateway and commercial district. I wish that these kinds of sites would not fall into such disrepair before becoming something new.
So I do know that Mr. Christensen and his group have purchased the main lot here on the corner, and they have an arrangement with some of the other property owners here. At the time that this was approved by the Planning Commission, there was a concern about an easement granted for the benefit of the Harmon House access through there, but that issue has been resolved. So.
Yeah, and I mostly just care about the weeds and the aesthetic that's facing the street, the safety.
It's right now, clearly the empty buildings are an attraction for those that are looking for a place to stay or a place to stay off the street. So it would be nice to get that cleared up by you.
Mr. Fillmore.
I don't have all the details yet, but at first blush, this looks like a great project. It's the very kind of thing we have an RDA for. I'm fully supportive of it, unless some of the facts come out later that might dissuade us. But it certainly looks good at first blush.
Thank you.
And so remind us again, we will be talking about this again tonight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions for Mr. Walter now before it comes back again this evening? All right. Thank you, Mr. Walter. We appreciate you. We'll move on then to another item with you. This is item number 10, a discussion about the Riverwoods Community Reinvestment Project Area Interlocal Agreements. Go ahead.
Yes, so this item was one that had been previously approved by the redevelopment agency and the city council for the creation of a community investment area located in the Riverwoods, primarily around the Qualtrics complex. Qualtrics is proposing to expand their current facilities by 166,000 square feet and 2 structured parking decks that jointly would be 1,000 spaces. They would hire over 1,000 people over a 1,000 people over a 10-year period as a result of this expansion. Qualtrics did receive an EdTIF from the state, and so as we had mentioned last time when we talked about incentives, the state would like the jurisdiction where an entity is getting an EdTIF for that local jurisdiction to participate. And so for us to do so, we decided to create this project area that would help pay for some of the structured parking. Talking with various developers, it's not uncommon for spaces to run, for building a structured parking deck, you can spend 20 to 25,000. If you choose to go subterranean, that number could go from 25 to 30,000 a space. And so we're looking at anywhere from 20 million to 25 million for the 2 structured parking decks in the business park. Public benefit here would be that we would get some additional parking for other users in the business park, as well as for clients or other public people that have to go to that business park for work reasons, to be able to use some of the parking in the deck, as well as some of the remainder parcel that will be left over when they're finished. The item tonight is for the approval of the interlocal agreements. The agency and the city have both approved the creation of the project area and the associated budget with that. Tonight's item would be the approval of the interlocal agreements, which again are the mechanism that we would use to capture a portion of the increased value and pass that on to Qualtrics to help pay for that. Tonight's item again would be 4 actions, which we approve the agency would approve the interlocal agreements for the individual tax entities. And then the city has a taxing entity would approve their own interlocal agreement with the redevelopment agency.
Mr. Walter, I recall the last time we spoke about this, there was some discussion about
We were hopeful that we could possibly get public transportation to go out to the business park, but that's kind of a long-term project. And so I know that there have been opportunities to talk with UDOT and other organizations about that. I am not aware of what the response has been yet, but I know that there is a meeting coming up, so I can bring it up again.
Or even in the sort of shorter term, if they have any interest in a shuttling program that would bring their employees to public transportation. I don't know if
that's possible. I know that there are other. So, for example, the Timpanogos Technology Park, they do have a shuttle program. They'll take those employees there to not only to other modes of a transportation system, but can actually take them to, say, if they wanted to go to a shopping venue, they could take them there. So, I mean, it's an arrangement similar to Uber. They have 3 vans that they have, and so the employees are able just to call it up on an app and arrange for their transportation that way. The benefit that the park has is they actually have a bus rapid transit, or UVX station, right in front of the former Neville campus. So they're a little more accessible than the workers here at the Qualtrics location.
All right, thank you. Any more questions from Mr. Welter about this item? All right. Thank you, Mr. Walter. We'll see you again later this evening.
Thank you.
So the municipal council will consider a motion to close the meeting. A closed session has been requested. Mr. Jones, do you want to explain that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So there has been a request for a closed meeting. That request has to do with reasons that are approved under the statute for closed meetings. So it would be appropriate to close the meeting at this time. And we'll talk about that more in the meeting.
I had a little trouble hearing, Brian. I don't know if anyone else did.
Sorry, let me try that again. So there has been a request for a closed meeting from the administration. It's for a presentation to the council on matters that are covered within section 52-4-204 of state code. And it is an approved reason for having a closed meeting, so it'd be appropriate to move to close the meeting at this time.
All right. Do we have a motion then to close the meeting?
So moved.
Mr. Harding? Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Sewell seconds. So all in favor, I will vote first, and I vote yes. Harding?
Yes.
Mr. Hoban?
Yes.
Ms. Ellsworth?
Yes.
Mr. Shipley?
Yes.
Mr. Sewell?
Yes.
And Mr. Fillmore. So
Yes.
we're, yes, oh, sorry. I was rushing a little bit there. Thank you, Mr. Fillmore. We're a little bit off on time. So let's see, what time is it? 4 o'clock. So what I'm looking for some advice from staff. Should we reconvene at 4:30? Sounds like some of the people coming to that meeting are not going to be available until then anyway, right?
Seems to me that if Chief Ferguson is available, I think he's the only one that's coming to it that isn't already here.
Right.
I think the mayor just sent a message that said he won't be ready until 4:30. So I believe that it'd be appropriate to.
We will leave it at 4:30 and we'll reconvene and this time, if I'm correct, Elizabeth, right, we're using Zoom.
Yes, it's on Zoom, and Chief Ferguson and council members and members of the administration all received the link to join earlier today. So
Great, thank you. We'll see you then.